Testing for sound, Planning Committee, 5th of March 2025, starts at 10 a.m.
I mean, the set they're coming today.
Goes red.
Parry, P-A-R-R-Y. Sorry. No, that's all right. Just call me Fran.
Express that one as.
Hello.
I think we're almost ready to start. Anyone not hear me, put your hand up if you can't hear me properly. No, good, okay. Good jad joke, Robert. So, just Naomi, I think then. I'll just hang on a minute. I missed you over there, Naomi, so you're actually here. In fact, we can go then, can't we? So, I presume you can all still hear me, like from last time. We all set, officers? Yep, okay, make us go live, then will you please start? So, good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart, and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place just after 10 on the 5th of March. I'll now let members introduce themselves, so perhaps if we start from Robert, do you want to go first?
Councillor Robert Dryden, Cherry Hindon Ward.
Katie Thornborough, Petersfield Ward.
Ingrid Flaubert at Trumpington.
Katie Porra, Market Ward.
Alice Gilderdale, East Chesterton Ward.
Dave Bagent, currently Labour member for Romsey.
Councillor Mike Todd-Jones, Arby Ward.
Councillor Naomi Bennett, Abbey Ward.
I do apologise, Naomi, because you were saying that you foxed me again. Yes. Okay. And officers at the table are Toby Williams, Deputy Delivery Manager, Legal Advisor Keith Barber, Committee Manager Sarah Steed, and Producer Claire Tunnicliffe. So other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. So I'm just told to note apologies. So apologies from Councillor Lokomatova, and Councillor Flaubert is here for her, so thank you, Councillor. Housekeeping. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. And by the way, the clock isn't working properly still, so that's not the right time. Please, can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk could be broadcast at some point, as cameras within the room follow the microphone being switched on. If you're following the Teams meeting here in the room or on your laptop, your audio, microphone and camera must be switched off, please. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow officers who will leave the room and exit the building via the Pease Hill entrance and exit, staircase and exit. Do not use the lift. Please, can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Switch off your microphone and camera unless you're invited to speak. Please note, if a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over the presentation and report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. The registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the council debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the adjourned decision protocol, where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation. The decision to determine the application will then be adjourned, and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So, set the agenda up. So we've done apologies already. So declarations of interest, councillors. Councillor Bajan.
Member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign Chair, and I will be speaking on behalf of the Mill Road application, so I'll be moving to that side of the chamber.
Thank you,
Thank you.
councillor. Yep, okay. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I am recusing myself from applications 4 and 5, which are in my ward, and will be speaking in favour of both applications as ward councillor. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
Item 7, 18 Upper Gwyder Street is in my ward, but I haven't been involved in any discussions regarding that application, so I'm unfettered and able to participate.
Thank you, councillor. Any more? No? Okay, good. Let's go on then. So the first item of the day is item 4, Mercer's Row. Got the case officer here in the room today. Welcome, Michael. And speakers, we've got Sarah for past, present and future online, and then Lyndon for the applicants, and then you're here. Is that Lyndon at the back there? No. Oh, sorry, yeah. Hello, hi. And then obviously we've got Councillor Bennett speaking as well. All right. Okay, Michael, when you're ready then, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm presenting this application this morning on behalf of Nick Yeager, who's the Principal Planning Officer in my team, who's been leading on the project, who unfortunately is off at the moment, but has done an excellent job in getting the application to this point to present to you today. So this is a hybrid application. There's 2 elements to it. The first is a detailed full application for 2 buildings to be used for mid-tech purposes within use classes EG2, EG3, B2, B8, and it includes details of access, parking, servicing, landscaping, staff amenity area, boundary treatments and associated works. And then the second element of the proposal is an outline application, outline element with all matters reserved apart from access for the demolition of existing units in the erection of up to 5,700 square metres of commercial floor space within a range of buildings for mid-tech, again, use classes EG2, EG3, B2 and B8, and also industrial use classes B2, B8, community facilities, use class E, and sui generis use comprising an MOT testing centre and vehicle repairs. And it's at land at 6, 7, 8, 9 to 11, 13, 14 to 16 Mercer's Row in Cambridge. I need to start with just a very brief update. It's actually an amendment to the amendment sheet. There's a slight typo in the text that refers to paragraph 4.8. The figure for the contribution to the the GCP Eastern Access should be 266,000. I think in the first reference to the amendment sheet it says 256, but it should be 266 as per the table on the amendment sheet. So apologies for that slight typo. There are no other updates, so I'll move on to the report. So this is the site location plan, and the area outlined in red forms the entire application boundary. The site is a protected industrial site under policy 41 of the Cambridge Local Plan. To the north of the site you have Stourbridge Common, and to the east you have Barnwell Junction Pastures. Both areas are in the Greenbelt, protected open space, City Wildlife Site and conservation areas. There is a Grade 1 listed building to the southeast down here, which is the St Mary Magdalene Stourbridge Chapel, also known as the Leper Chapel, which is approximately 140 metres from the boundary of the site. And there's a number of public rights-of-way across Stourbridge Common to the north. The reason some of the buildings are shown in blue on the location plan is because they have been demolished following a prior approval application. So the site here is now vacant. And this is just an aerial view for context, but again, just to highlight that the buildings in this area have been demolished, and the site is now vacant. That's an existing site plan, which again is probably a duplication, but phase one should be easy to show you on the next slide, so I'll skip that one. And this is just a nice visual from the design and access statement, looking west across the site in the foreground here. Again, these are the buildings that have been demolished. Phase two site, we have an area of storage and some existing buildings. This is just to try and put it in context for members so we know what we're looking at. These are photos from the design and access statement of the site. Again, there's a note on here that these building structures have been demolished following a prior approved application, so the site is now effectively vacant, hard standing. And these are some street view photos. This is into phase two and some of the existing buildings, and the entrance into Mercer's Row on the bottom. So this is the indicative site plan which shows phases 1 and 2. Phase 1 being the area in the sort of bottom right section, separated by the dashed red line. So the proposal is for Mid-Tech, which is referenced in the Greater Cambridge Employment and Housing Evidence Update as a phenomenon arising in recent years and typically combines former mixed B-type units, including advanced manufacture with dry tech lab and storage space, and can be a crucial part of the life sciences chain. So there is, within the council's evidence-based reference to it. In terms of the layout, obviously you've seen from the photos that it's sort of an area of hard standing and industrial buildings at the minute, but in the design, moving this forward, landscaping has been a focal point to try and provide some meaningful public realm to be used by employees and visitors, and also to take advantage of urban drainage schemes and to reduce urban heat. The landscape proposals for the detailed element of phase 1 will result in a significant biodiversity net gain of 50% for habitat units and 40% for hedgerow units. Parking there's going to be 52 car parking spaces laid out as part of phase 1, which are tucked around the back so that you have the real public realm and visitor entrance at the front, so there's no conflict between pedestrians and vehicle users. There are 74 covered cycle spaces, comprising 62 standard spaces, 4 cargo spaces and 8 visitor spaces within phase 1. A couple of key conditions to draw members' attention to. Condition 26 prevents phase 1 from being solely used as B8 storage and distribution. And a couple of conditions for phase 2 are condition 51, which restricts the MOT testing vehicle repairs to a maximum of 500 square metres. That's in line with the transport assessments that have been submitted. And condition 52 secures the reprovision of the existing nursery and or soft play that is on site into phase 2 with a scheme to be agreed at a later date. So in terms of the phase 1, the buildings themselves, there are 2 buildings. This is unit 1, which comprises around 3,000 square metres. You'll note that the sawtooth roof profile incorporates PV panels on most of the roof slopes. These are the external elevations showing how that will appear externally as per the plans pack. And then building 2, unit 2 in phase 1, very similar, around again 3,000 square metres of floor space, same sawtooth design, PV panels incorporated into the roof space as per the plans pack. In terms of phase 2, as I mentioned, that is in outline only, so the parameters plan that would be approved as part of any permission secures a few key details, which includes a maximum height of 23.5 metres AOD for any buildings, within the blue areas being the developable zones, the green areas secure the strategic landscaping, and it also sets distances between the buildings. This is further shown again, this was in the plans pack, so I've included it today. This is a sort of some master plan principles of the site, so you would have had sight of this before. I will just note at this point, you will have seen there are some drawings that show a link to Stourbridge Common. Really to highlight to members, as per the officer report, that link is not part of the planning application that's before you today. There are concerns from the ecology officer about that, but it's simply to show that the layout has been designed in a way that such a link could come forward if all landowners were in agreement and all ecological sensitivities were taken into account. So it connect the public realm to Stourbridge Common, but it's not part of the application today. Again, just some nice visuals, I think, to show you the sort of design enhancement and landscape enhancements that would come forward as part of this proposal, with buildings 1 and 2 being phase 1 coming forward first, and then how buildings 3 to 6 may come forward at reserve matter stage. Again, you can see the arrival space and pocket park at the front, very pedestrian focused, and all the parking and vehicles to the rear. Again, just another visual to show you the design of the buildings. There's a few of these. Again, these are in the plans pack, so I was keen they were part of the presentation this morning. So these are buildings 1 and 2. And then a couple of useful extracts from the Town and Landscape Visual Impact Appraisal. The Leper Chapel is shown here on the right-hand side, and the application site is to the rear. So the top image is the existing photograph, and then the bottom photo superimposes buildings 1 and 2, so you can see how that sits in relation to the existing tree line and the Leper Chapel. And again, for context, this is a photo from Stourbridge Common looking south towards the site, so you can see buildings 1 and 2, again, nestled underneath the existing tree line. This is just a short this is here because there was an update. There was concerns raised by Cambridge Past, Present and Future that the TLVIA hadn't accounted for some trees that have since been removed. So this just highlights again, the Leper Chapel, the extent of the application sites, and the trees that have since been felled are a couple of trees here and here. Largely felled because they were sort of ivy ridden, so they were fairly poor quality trees. But they don't really impact the assessment that we've made as officers in terms of the visual impact of the proposal. So obviously the key considerations are as set out in the officer report. In the planning balance, the application is recommended for approval because it's provision of mid-tech employment floor space, very positive redevelopment of a rundown brownfield site with a high quality and highly sustainable development. Provision of long-term jobs, there's approximately 260 jobs, I think, generated overall, 130 of which would come forward with phase 1, and obviously some short-term construction jobs as well. And as you've seen, some significant landscape enhancements and significant biodiversity net gain, alongside the fact that the buildings themselves will be BREEAM outstanding, which we are securing by condition. So the officer recommendation is one of approval as per the report and Appendix 1 list of conditions, and subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Michael. So first speaker, Sarah. You're online, Sarah. Hello. Yeah, I can see you.
Hello, sorry, just coming.
Yeah, no worries. Right, take your time. Yeah, good morning. Okay, so you have 3
Hi.
minutes to speak, Sarah, when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, councillors. Cambridge Past, Present and Future object to this application on the grounds that the proposed buildings will have a negative impact on the setting of Cambridge Leper Chapel, which is owned and maintained by Cambridge PPF. The buildings on Mercer's Row used to be well screened by mature trees along the railway line. However, these were removed in spring 2022, opening views of the industrial buildings around the Leper Chapel. Landscaping on the site will take 30 to 40 years for the trees to grow to full maturity, sufficient to screen the buildings. In our objection, we suggested a solution, which is to plant trees off-site in the verge along the left-hand side of the driveway to Barnwell Station buildings. This grass verge can be seen on the top photograph of page 19 of the plans pack. Being closer to the chapel, the trees will screen the development earlier. We appreciate that this land is not in the applicant's control, but ask that members defer the application to allow time for the applicant to approach the landowner and for this solution to be carefully considered and discussed. So why do we think this is important and ask for a deferment? Not only is Cambridge Leper Chapel historically important, but it is used and appreciated by many people today. It is one of the oldest surviving buildings in Cambridge. The building was originally the chapel of an isolation hospital caring for people with leprosy. It has 900 years of fascinating history and a physical link to the Stourbridge Medieval Fair, one of the largest in Europe. The chapel is now used for a monthly church service and for other community and cultural events, and is open for the public to visit several times a month. It is also readily visible to users of the Chisholm Trail and Newmarket Road, from where it can be experienced and appreciated within its setting. We agree with Historic England's position that the proposed development would affect the way the Grade 1 listed chapel is experienced and appreciated in the context of its wider setting. The proposed Phase 1 building stands at 15 metres tall and hide the trees to the rear and thus appear dominant in the skyline. Add in the 3 buildings in Phase 2, which will visually coalesce, then together the whole development will appear prominent within the context of the chapel and detract from the historic setting of the building. Notwithstanding the proposed conditions relating to approval of materials and design principles for Phase 2, we consider the impact could be more successfully mitigated by planting trees nearer the chapel, which is why we are asking for the application to be deferred for this to be given proper consideration. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much, Sarah. So next up is Lyndon. Do you want to come to the speaker at the back there? Thanks. Yeah, so if you press the right-hand button, it should light up red, and then you're all good to go. And you've got 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good morning. We are delighted that your officers are recommending approval for our plans to regenerate the northern end of Mercers Row. Part of the site, which represents the first phase of our development, has been vacant for over 12 months. With the demand for commercial space in Cambridge so well documented, we have tailored this phase to the modern needs of those businesses within the mid-tech sector, and we intend to bring it forward immediately for beneficial use. The rest of the site is subject to several leases of differing lengths, but we have worked positively with your officers to ensure this application provides a framework for wider-reaching regeneration of the industrial estate. The outline element of this application therefore enables sites within the second phase to come forward at the appropriate time to deliver a modernised, best-in-class cluster of flexible floor space. 4 key principles underpin the proposal for this site: regeneration, supporting good growth in Cambridge, enhancing public realm for the benefit of the employees, and sustainability. The innovative, flexible nature of these buildings will be attractive to many occupiers in the mid-tech space. The Council's own evidence base identifies huge demand here, and these buildings can capture that, whether it be for R&D, labs, manufacturing or storage. The application also enables the existing uses, including vehicle servicing and community uses, to remain or occupy buildings of far better quality. The success of the public realm is key. Mercers Row will become a modern, safe environment that fosters relationships between the local community and the natural environment that surround it via a new public open space. Since the pandemic, there has been recognition that outdoor space like this is crucial to the well-being and productivity of employees. The new buildings will use modern materials and state-of-the-art technology that will ensure a far lower carbon footprint. The improvements cover insulation and heating sources to more efficient water consumption. These measures will help the buildings achieve BREEAM Outstanding and EPC A+ accreditations, indicating the highest possible level of sustainability. Extensive pre-application was undertaken via a host of different channels. We hosted a hybrid consultation during July 2024, convened a community liaison group, and spoke to a range of stakeholders, including the ward councillors and key community organisations. We received overwhelming support from the community, with 87% of respondents voicing support for this investment in Mercers Row. The trees mentioned previously were removed in 2022, and they were not taken down by our client. The removal of the trees has been accounted for in the visual appraisal, and it is important for me to stress that there is no objection to this application specifically from Historic England or from the Conservation Officer or from the Design Officer. We thank your officers for their collaboration in reaching this point and hope that you can support their very positive recommendation to regenerate this site and support the city's economy. Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Lyndon. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to explain that Councillor Boulat and Councillor Tong have helped me with the statement, and it's also based on very solid, Councillor Blatt's very solid work over 4 years on the transport problems in the area. So my thanks go to them. I'd also like to thank the case officer for a very comprehensive report and the excellent amendments to the 106 proposals. We do welcome the application in principle, but we do want to make sure that you're aware of some tensions relating to the site and also talk about how we'd like to see those ameliorated. So, why do we welcome the application? The first reason is that the current site is outdated and an eyesore. What we've seen of the planning and our consultations with the applicant suggests that what's proposed is a big improvement on the current layout. We also welcome that the site is to be a mixture of uses, industrial, commercial and mid-tech, because that provides a broader range of employment opportunities that's a better fit for the ward's profile and will help promote full employment within a ward which is often underemployed. And it also makes a positive contribution to the city's economic balance because the increase in life science facilities puts a huge strain on mid-tech and warehousing space. So that's why we support the application. However, as I've said, it's not without some issues. And we do accept that the local plan protects the site as an industrial space. However, having an industrial site between an area of outstanding natural beauty on Riverside and a very popular and dense residential area does create some tensions, and much of those relate to travel through those areas, whether it's residents and cyclists on Stourbridge Common, which is a local nature reserve, or it's very large lorries trying to find a way to Mercer's Row through densely parked cars and narrow streets, often getting lost, having to take unexpected diversions because of badly parked cars, and generally making the Riverside residential area a less pleasant place for active travel. So, while we welcome the application, we're really keen to see attention paid to two particular areas. At this point, I'd like to say that we do strongly support the Ecology Officer's concerns at 6:15 for the impact on the local nature reserve, and are particularly concerned about light pollution from windows and security lighting. It's not just about the quantum of lighting, but the chosen spectrum. But we're also well aware that the Common's a popular active travel route because of its good connections by way of the Chisholm Trail and the bridges, and also because people are terrified of Newmarket Road, with good reason. There's already congestion on Riverside and on the entrance to the Common, and there's also displaced active travel through the small residential roads as people try to weave their way through potholes and parked cars. We don't know if there's an acceptable compromise between active travel and protecting biodiversity, but, we do want to see all the experts and all the community groups coming together with the applicant and the officer to see what's, the solutions might be. We also welcome the comments for Transport Assessment Team at 6.46 and 6.48 and the proposed Section 106 amendments, because, as I've said, even though we hope that the changes of uses coming through from the redevelopment will ease the transport problem, we're well aware that we have no control over the final choice of applicants and that that's not a planning matter. So we do want to see further involvement between the applicant, between the residents group who've already contributed to the discussions, and particularly Friends of Logan's Meadow, Friends of Strawbridge Common, Riverside Resident Association, Camcycle and Cambridge Past and Present Future, who've made some excellent points. And I'd particularly like to thank Cambridge Past, Present and Future for an eminently practical suggestion. And I feel that if everybody works together, we can end up with a really great development and minimise the drawbacks for local community. But I think without cooperation, we're not going to get that. So thank you for listening to me. And that's all I feel I need to say. Thank you.
Right, thanks, councillor. Michael, got a question or two for you before I go to other members. So just to pick up on, well, firstly on the report, so detailed and outlined, that's not what we normally see in planning committees. You might want to say a bit more than about that, about having a detailed application and an outlined application at the same time, and what we do with those, just so everyone's clear, like, for example, making a decision on both of them together. And the other thing is, one of the speakers, Sarah, spoke about planting trees off-site and that being an option to screen. So you might want to just make it clear where that position is and comment on that possibly, might be useful. And I'll have some more comments on that later. And also just to say to members, there was a lot of technical information in the report by Michael, so please feel free to ask questions. We can't all be experts on everything. So let's be clear on what we're making a decision on. Finally, there was a bit of talk about lorries and cars. So I've got Tam here today. And on the other thing, conservation, in the report, Historic England at 6.27 say that they feel there's less than substantial harm, that technical term that means that it's something to worry about in PPF terms, but our own conservation officer in 6.8 indicates that there is not harm. The proposal would not harm, oh, that was the second bit. The proposal would not cause harm to designated heritage assets, namely the Riverside and Stourbridge Conservation Area and the Chapel of St Mary Magdalene, bracket, Leper Chapel, close bracket, and so it goes on. So, Michael, do you want to just respond to what I've said so far, and then I'll go to other members?
Thank you, Chair. So to clarify the type of application, this is a single application. We are making a decision on one application, but it comprises two elements, so it's a hybrid application. We don't get too many hybrid applications, but it's why you'll see in Appendix 1 there's a list of planning conditions that apply to both consents. Then there is a list of conditions that apply to the full consent, because we have all the details before us, and then there's a set of conditions recommended as part of the outline. Consent and what would need to come forward at reserve matters stage, so we are voting on a single application. There's just two elements to it. The trees off-site, obviously that's outside of the applicant's control. As officers, we don't feel that that is perhaps necessary. It's something we obviously can't control as part of this application. If I just share my screen, just to highlight that this is the landscape master plan, so I appreciate CPPF's point about additional planting off-site, but this is really to highlight there's a significant amount of additional planting that will be on-site, which over time will obviously establish along this southeastern boundary. The Leper Chapel is off the screen down to the bottom right a bit, so there will be some planting within the site that will help with the screening of the buildings as it establishes, but planting outside of the site is not within the gift of this application. We don't feel it's necessary. In terms of lorries and car movements, obviously there is a conflict. This is an established employment industrial area with some residential to the west. The conclusions of the transport statement is actually that there will be a betterment to the situation in terms of the sort of existing HGV movements against the end result of this application. So there's still a degree of conflict, but it is a betterment. I might refer to Tam on any further transport comments you want to add at this point. No, that's fine.
That's fine, we can wait till councillors ask questions, then we can go back to that.
Yep, and then in terms of historic England, bear with me, let me swap screens. So yes, Historic England, in their initial comments, did have some concerns on heritage grounds. In their full comments, they also indicate that they believe the visual impact might be mitigated if cladding was to be finished in a darker colour. I think our urban design team have a different view on that, but we've referenced it as concerns in the report rather than objection, because they do refer to it falling to the local planning authority as the decision maker to look at the balance. I think in the report, obviously, we've said that our conservation team are satisfied with the proposals and don't raise an objection. And Paul is on the call today if he wants to come in at any point in heritage. But I think we also included the report that if we were of the view that there was less of substantial harm, then we would feel the public benefits would clearly outweigh that harm. But the view of officers is that there isn't harm, but we have included that because of the slight conflict that has been raised. Again, it might be appropriate for Paul to jump in at a later point if members have specific heritage questions.
That's great, thank you. So members, yes, Robert, sorry, Councillor Dryden.
Yeah, just very briefly, one of the objectors wanted it deferred because of having trees planting on the land near the application. It's not the land, but they were deferring it. Couldn't we just discuss this with that landowner about trees after the if the application is approved? Can't we put some condition or do something we can still talk to the landowner about planting trees there?
I'm tempted to get the question answered, but any more questions related to that aspect, or I'll just get it answered now anyway. Okay, so Councillor Poorer.
Yeah, picking up on what Councillor Dryden said, because obviously there is a reserve matters scheme coming back, so I was just going to ask the officer's advice whether obviously that could be something for the applicant to note at this point. That I know we're doing the master planning for the landscaping, but I'm assuming we're not going to object to reserve matters if more green stuff comes forward. So I'd be grateful for your views.
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
I think the objector was talking about planting trees on this off-site that would help screen. Wouldn't the planting scheme on-site would also grow up and mitigate their concern? But the planting scheme on-site could be considered to include faster growing plants in an area that would create the screening, but also, and if there's soft landscaping next to the building, that would, there's a condition about the cladding and landscaping, and it may be that some of there may be climbing plants or something that would screen the building as well. And I think the point about the colour of the cladding is very, very important, and I'm very pleased that there's a condition about that because of how it will be seen from the distance. And I'm very pleased that it's not a completely flat roof. It's a interesting profile which is appropriate for this type of building. So that if there's a silhouette with the trees in front, I think that would be appropriate as a backstop for the chapel. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll say my bit. I saved up for planting now. Sorry, Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there seemed to be a slight discrepancy in terms of 2.2 in the report, which talks about the separation between the site and the Leper Chapel, where dense planting is mentioned. I don't know if it's possible to have the visualisation up again from that aspect, because Cambridge past, present and future obviously objecting in that respect, and I'd also support the points about the cladding. Both Historic England and Urban Design Team refer to more sympathetic cladding and I think that should be considered too. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. So one of the speakers, and I'll go back to you in a minute, Michael, on that, said about how it's going to take 40 years for the planting to grow up. Perhaps you could confirm that, Michael. But then also, on the weekend, I was in King's Hedges planting a Miyawaki style microwood trees planted close together, about half a metre apart. They're meant to all then grow much quicker because they all go for the light. It's a recognised method of planting. That might be something of an option here for the applicant to consider. If there's a need to screen quicker, faster, you know, let's go with the latest trends, and that seems to be a fantastic way of working. So just sort of throw that in as well. So back to you, Michael.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just bring a plan up again to talk around. So I think the first point was about trees outside the application site. So I would assume Cambridge past, present, and future are talking about planting in this area to the sort of southeast of the site, which is obviously outside of the applicant's control.
Could you use the laser pointer? Is that possible? The red
I
one.
think I can, because
If
it's
not,
a
no matter.
PDF image, I'm afraid, but this area here is what I would assume is being referred to, but it's obviously outside the applicant's control. Without putting words into the objector's mouth, they did say that CPBF looked after the Leper Chapel, so I don't know whether there's any land within their ownership where they could do the planting, but obviously, ultimately, that's outside the red line boundary for this application. It's not something that we can consider as part of the application process. It may be a discussion separate, but it's not something we have any control over. Councillor Porro mentioned reserve matters planting. Again, the reserve matters stage would be for this area in blue, which is phase 2, which again I can't really highlight, but it's that section here, and the Leper Chapel is to the southeast. So again, I probably just highlight that there is going to be some perimeter planting along the southern boundary, but I think the views of phase 2 are much more limited than phase 1 from the Leper Chapel, which again, just for context, is this building here in relation to the site. There are, yes, Councillor Thorne was correct, there are a range of conditions for landscaping and materials, and I'm sure within those details that come forward, obviously the applicants listening today, we could explore how established the trees are that go in to start with and how quickly they can grow. We do have Emily, one of our landscape officers, on the call. Emily, I don't know if there's anything you want to add at this point around planting and establishment of trees.
Yep, sure. But yeah, although I think it's fair to say that some tree species will take 30 to 40 years to reach their full maturity, there will of course be the intervening years, there will be screening benefit of those trees as they are reaching their maturity. However, the tree strategy proposed has been looked at, and along the southern edge, the trees have been specified to provide a good degree of screening to the Leper Chapel and Barnwell Junction views. So, for example, some evergreen and fast-growing species have been selected for that southern edge, some of which can reach full maturity within 10 to 20 years, especially when planted in a decent stock size, which these certainly will. And where slower growing species are being specified, these are being installed at semi-mature stock, so they will have more instant impact and screening cover.
Thank you, Emily. And I think the final point was around cladding, and then I've written down the word distance, which I think was just reference to confirming where the Leper Chapel was, so I just drag that plan up again. Leper Chapel's here, phase 1 buildings are in this area. There is a condition, condition 28, it's quite detailed conditions for details of materials, and condition 29 is for a material sample panel. Again, we have Sarah Chubb on the call. I don't know if Sarah wants to say anything about the material palette at this point, or whether members are satisfied that there is a detailed condition for it. I'll see if Sarah, there she is.
Good morning, members. Would you like me to elaborate on the cladding, tone and quality of it? Would that be useful?
Yes, please, Sarah.
Okay, great stuff. So the warm red oxide cladding has been carefully chosen to complement the natural tones of the landscape and to purposely avoid a stark contrast with the townscape. And we consider that the tones ensure that it doesn't visually compete with the townscape. I know there has been suggestions to have a much darker tone, but we consider that having a black or darker cladding would create a very harsh and stark contrast and actually draw the eye to the building rather than blending. So the proposed warmer tones, we believe, strike a really good balance between visual recessiveness and high quality architectural expression whilst maintaining a strong identity.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Now, I think the final point, Chair, was from yourself about trees, which I think Emily's probably addressed. I don't think there's anything further to add to that.
Thank you. Just going back to Councillor Dryden's original point, I think it's a good point, and we could potentially have an informative, if you wanted two members, that the applicant work with past, present and future and the landowner to see if something can come about in the way that Councillor Dryden described. So no one's saying no, so shall we say that's an informative? I think that would be sensible. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. We mustn't forget that this is an industrial area and that whilst the Leper Chapel is of considerable interest to local population, that it is surrounded, there's a railway runs past it, there's industrial sites on the skyline all the time. And so we are a developing city that has to take account of things past the reason for the Leper Chapel and look at how we are going to develop our city. This is a BREEAM excellent site. They've chosen an absolutely perfect colour by painting it red or using red cladding. And they're going to put some trees in to screen it. I don't particularly agree with my colleague, Councillor Dryden, about adding trees on a third-party area. I think maybe we could put an informative asking, as you suggested, for a faster-growing, bigger tree to be on the site. But I think, you know, we can't be compromised all the time by a Leper Chapel. It's a great site. It doesn't take away anything. When you walk up to the Leper Chapel, it's there. Every 30 seconds a train goes thundering by. That doesn't put you off visiting. And looking at the skyline doesn't put you off visiting either. I think it's really important that we encourage these, what I might call good investments and good buildings that will aid Cambridge to continue to provide the sort of services it's provided in the past. In the same way as we had a Leper Chapel because we needed it. Now we need more mid-tech buildings, and this is one of those. Thank you.
Yeah, it's indeed strange to think that we needed a Leper Chapel a long time ago. Good point, Councillor. Just to be clear, it was the Cambridge Past, Present and Future that were regressing trees off-site, not Councillor Dryden in the first place. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I do think this is a good, high-quality building coming forward. I agree with Councillor Thornborough. I think the sawtooth roof is particularly good. I mean, I've been on that site, you know, when there's soft play quite a few years ago. It's not a pretty place. It's the, you know, there's a conflict between lorries and pedestrians. So anything that improves travel management is very welcome. And I think I noted the officer's comments that it will be a betterment of the number of lorries and things going in and out. It won't be perfect, but it's better than it will be now. I just want to check with the officer, the mention of the link to Stourbridge Common, which obviously may be desirable. Are you happy that that can be dealt with at reserve matters and that it will be fully assessed and decide whether that's possible or not? And I think para 10.33 just again talked about trees and the path, and again just to get some reassurance from the officer that at reserve matters you're comfortable that those can all be accommodated. I do agree the colour of the cladding is going to be critical, so it's really good to hear that Sarah and her team are on the case, because you know that will be what changes it from being intrusive or not. I have to say I don't have huge concerns about the Leper Chapel. I think, as Councillor Bajan said, it is already in quite an industrial site, But I do think if the cladding's right and the different style of roof, that could be quite successfully achieved. And finally, it's great to see outstanding BREEAM, I think, for the first bit. It'd be lovely to see outstanding for all of it, if that's possible, when it comes through at reserve matters. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got one more. I'll just say something as well while we're on the building. So I think this is about as good as it gets for this sort of building. It's a well-designed, quality piece of architecture. The sawtooth is interesting. That's been used on fashionable buildings, like there's an art gallery in London at Vicarious of St John, uses the same sort of roofing. It's interesting that this roofing has gone back to its sort of heritage roots, if you like, on industrial buildings. It's a very sensible form of building because it lets light into the space from north facing and also uses solar panels for south facing. So it's all very sensible, but also good looking. I think the asymmetric look of it is attractive, in my opinion. I think this is a sort of building that Cambridge tends to get the best because we're a go-ahead city, you know, global city, and I think this is the sort of building that Cambridge deserves, so I'm all for it. Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, so I think the scheme, we had a presentation, pre-application presentation that was very useful and I think helped me a lot to understand the setting and what the ambitions were. I think it's really interesting. I think this might be one of the first applications for mid-tech in Cambridge City. And it's, I think, from what I've been hearing about from people working in R&D and innovation, that this is a really important part in the whole process, from initial research to larger scale manufacturing, which wouldn't happen in Cambridge, but maybe elsewhere. But it's a very, very important stepping stone. And I think it's great that this use is coming to this industrial site that's protected, because we do want to continue keeping it protected. But things are changing so fast that I think this is an appropriate use. I think it will help the initial research, and it will provide opportunities elsewhere in the country that could be really important. So I think it's a very good use, and it'd be interesting to see how that develops. I used to live just beyond the site and cycle in through this route. And I just want to be certain that there isn't I think there will be an improvement by a reduction in larger vehicles on the site. But I think the soft play is going to continue, or it will be that kind of use of building will be retained in the longer term of development. I just want to be sure that enough attention will be put for allowing children to try and access the site through active travel. I think they're the kind of pinnacle of the movement hierarchy. There's pedestrians at the top, but I think the children come at the very top of that. So if that could be considered and taken seriously going forward, then I think that would help the setting, and the residential area around would benefit. So that's my question about the accommodating children in active movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, I think I'll go back to you now then, Michael. Just one further thing, just if we could bottom out the conservation concerns expressed in the report, either from you or from the conservation officer, who I think is available to speak as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So Councillor Porrer mentioned the link to Stourbridge Common, so I'll just bring up a plan to show that. So this is just zoomed in on the landscape master plan. Again, the link is indicative because it would rely on third parties getting involved in terms of land ownership and obviously ecologists in terms of the potential impact of opening this area up. Really, the application is just showing that this pocket park that will come forward as part of the reserve matters stage could accommodate a link if it became desirable, if all parties were in agreement, and if it could be done in a manner that suits the ecology side of things. So it's not part of the application today, it's just showing that forward thinking, it may be a desirable link at some point. And in terms of trees at reserve matter stage, all those details would come forward, and they are secured by conditions in terms of what needs to come forward at reserve matters stage. There's only two plans being approved as part of the outline permission. That's the location plan and this parameters plan, which will secure the areas of built form and areas of strategic landscaping. So the actual tree details will come forward in reserve matter stages. While I'm on reserve matters, if I may just add, I should have said in my presentation, I missed a note, that if members were minded to approve the application, we officers would like to add a further condition to the outline consent, just to secure that any future reserve matters applications follow the design principles set out in the design and access statement and that have been established on phase 1. Apologies, that's not there in the report, but that would be an additional condition we would request. And that's obviously so we can continue that design quality through to phase 2. Councillor Thornburg, you asked about soft play and active travel. I think absolutely that's an excellent point. We don't have those details before us today. The existing soft play falls within phase 2, which is outline only. There is a condition recommended to secure that re-provision, and details of how that may be re-provided and how much may be re-provided. So I think when it comes to the design stage at reserve matters, that's when, and obviously the applicant is here, we can look at, officers can explore how can it be most accessible to children, given that that's the end user, and avoid that conflict with access. I think that's an excellent point, but it's not something we have before us today. And Chair, you've asked about heritage, so I think I will probably turn to Paul at this point, see if Paul wants to come in, as he's not had the opportunity to do so yet.
Yes, thank you very much, Michael. Good morning, members. So on the heritage aspects, the Leper Chapel is obviously a very significant building in Cambridge. It does, however, have an established context of the industrial area, the road, the railway, has already been mentioned. The proposal will be visible in the backdrop of the chapel from specific views on Newmarket Road. However, in my view, the fact it's visible does not necessarily mean it's harmful. The design, in my view, is high quality and well considered. The roof form, the materials and so on provide the opportunity to actually enhance the setting to a degree. The building would sit at a lower level in the view than the roof of the chapel. The materials as proposed and to be refined later would subtly contrast with the chapel so as to avoid in any way merging visually. There was a concern I raised initially about the potential for the phases 1 and 2 to coalesce visually. That has been addressed with some changed wording in the design principles to consider that as and when it's proposed, to ensure there's a visual break and a well considered roof line between the two phases to avoid what otherwise might be a bit of a wall of development. The points taken about the trees and potential mitigation, and I consider that the planting, the mitigation proposed is positive and would obviously support any additional planting or landscaping that might help to further soften that view. But the proposal as it stands, in my opinion, is satisfactory, and I don't consider that there is harm to the Leper Chapel for those reasons. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Are you done?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, thanks. That's useful. Thanks, Paul. So not harmful is what the Conservation Officer is advising us. Any more questions or no? In that case, we'll go to the vote. So, Toby, recommendation, please.
Thanks, Chair. That's on page 33. That is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out in Appendix 1 with minor amendments to those conditions as drafted delegated to officers. It is also subject to the satisfactory completion of a Section 106 agreement, which includes the heads of terms as set out in the report, with minor amendments to the heads of terms as set out delegated to officers. It includes the revisions as set out on the amendment sheet, the oral update to the financial contribution given by the case officer, and informative regarding off-site landscaping improvements and encouragement to continue dialogue with off-site landowners to improve landscaping provisions, and an additional condition seeking to tie in the design and access statement and design principles to be carried through and demonstrated to be acceptable as part of reserve matters applications.
I was looking at something then. Did you say the informative as well? That I suggested? You did. Thank you very much. Okay, so the recommendation is approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Against?
That's 7 in favour, none against,
Abstentions?
and 1 abstention.
Okay, so the item is approved. Thank you very much. Would you like a quick 5-minute break before the next one? Yeah, okay, so if we come back at 5 to, oh, no, hang on. What time is it? 10 past 11, please. And we'll do the next item and then we'll probably stop for lunch after that. Thanks. So we're now offline. Just a bit of a delay, a couple of minutes, and we'll get going. Right, we'll get started now then. Presume you can all hear me. Yeah. Make us live, please, then, Claire. Okay, welcome back after a short break. So next item is Newmarket Road, item 5 on the agenda. And Dean, you're presenting it. Hi, Dean. Good morning. So we've got speakers, Matthew Howard for the applicant and Councillor Bennett. So, Dean, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a hybrid application which is split into two parts, just like Michael's previous application. So one of the parts of this application is an outline application for the erection of a new retail and food beverage block with all matters reserved. And part B of the application is a full application for the demolition of existing buildings, enabling works and redevelopment of the site to provide a new office building, along with car parking, landscaping and associated infrastructure. This just shows where the site is. It's 230 Newmarket Road. So this is just the existing site plan, which shows what's on site at the moment. So at the moment, the site is occupied by Pizza Hut and Starbucks. There's a Floor Giant shop, which sits at the front of the site. Further to the rear is this vacant unit, which stretches into the site and further. And this is the car park, which is associated with the Cambridge Retail Park. So just a couple of Google Street images. I'm sure you're all familiar with the site. So it just shows the frontage of the site, where Pizza Hut is, and the flooring shop is there. And this view is taken standing within the retail park, so looking back at the site. This is the vacant unit here, and you see Pizza Hut there as well, with all this car parking. So the proposed application, as I said, is a hybrid application, and this site plan just shows what is outline and what is full. So the purple line just indicates the new F&B unit, which will be secured via outline permission only if this was approved today. And everything in the red line, so the new office building, the car parking area, landscaping, improvement, enhancement areas are all included within the red line for full planning permission. So this is the proposed general ground floor plan. During the application, there has been some amendments which we've worked with the applicant to enhance the scheme. So one of the amendments was to put in a new dedicated cycleway around the edge of the car parking, as well as a new gate entrance for cyclists. This is to avoid conflict with cars coming in and out of the car park. So this would go right around the perimeter of the car park so cyclists can travel safely and avoid conflict with vehicles to enter the building and enter the cycle parking here. To the front, there's been additional visitor cycle parking provided on the frontage along Newmarket Road. There are also new tree plantings, so these are all new trees planted around the edge of the site. And this just shows the main lobby reception area with office floor space here as well. Just to add, this car parking will be purely serving the office building only. So this is the proposed first floor plan. So I'll show you some sections in a minute, but the site actually slopes downwards from Newmarket Road level down further into the Cambridge Retail Park. I think the difference is about 2 metres or so in ground level changes. And this just shows the general floor layout area, showing the lobby reception area to the front with office space to the back. And this just shows the office layout, which is repeated on the second, third and fourth floors. So there's a roof extension on the top. I'll show you in a minute, but this building will be 5 stories plus 1 in height. And this just shows the outdoor terrace, which will enable occupiers to have a social space, as well as 2 office areas as well. And the internal plant will be located at the top, along with solar panels, which I'll show you later on as well. So these are just the street scene elevations. So this is the standing to the front of the building. Just to give you some context of the height and scale proposed in relation to neighbouring buildings. There is acknowledgement that it is slightly higher than the adjacent Premier Inn building, which is further to the east of the site. However, in the grand scheme of things, it's considered to be acceptable in this location. The applicant has engaged with officers at pre-application, which the design review panel also reviewed and commented on. And I think the main emphasis of this application is to enhance the site and introduce a stronger built form along Newmarket Road, which currently doesn't exist at the moment. And this street scene is just taken from the Cambridge Retail Park, so this is the south view of the building. So this is the northeast elevation, so this is standing further west of the site, looking back towards so the Premier Inn hotels here. And this is obviously the new building here. And below is the southwest elevation, just showing the building again in relation to neighbouring buildings. So these are the elevations, just to show you that the height is 5 stories plus 1, which is a roof extension, which is set in from the elevations of the building. So it's subservient in scale. And these proposed elevations are just the northeast and southwest elevations of the building. You can see the solar panels a bit better here on top. You can see here that the change of level from Newmarket Road level actually slopes down as you go into the Cambridge Retail Park. And those are the proposed sections, just to show the scale of the building and the floor arrangements generally and the change in levels. So the applicant has undertaken a visual analysis, which has been submitted as part of the design access statement in the appendices of that document. And they've just taken some views from where you would see the building. So this is standing from the bottom of Coldens Lane Bridge. You can just see the glimpse of the office building here above the existing units to the right. And then as you come over the bridge, you can obviously see it a bit more prominently within the skyline there. As you come over the bridge again, you can see it there as you approach the site via Coldens Lane. But from further views afield, so they have included views from Castle Hill as well as Reddow Mill Hill, and you can barely see the building from further afield. So this is viewpoints from standing on the Coldham's Common boundary, standing here. So as you can see from the existing situation, you would see it, but in the grand scheme of things, design and the design review panel at pre-application stage were happy with this scale and height of building. It's not considered to significantly interrupt the skyline of Cambridge. And obviously immediately at the roundabout along Colmes Lane, near the access into Cambridge Retail Park, you would obviously see it a lot more prominently in those views. These are just some visualizations just to give members a better idea of what the building would look like. So this is just standing immediately to the front of the new building. That's looking back towards, so Newmarket Road, looking back towards into Cambridge, just showing the building there. This view is standing adjacent to the Premier Inn, looking back towards the site, so looking out towards away from Cambridge. And that just shows the arrangement on top with the roof terrace, the solar panels on top, and the green roof, which will be secured by condition as well. So overall, in terms of planning balance, the application would provide office space within a sustainable location. Design scale of the development will enhance the existing site and create a stronger frontage along Newmarket Road whilst respecting the skyline of Cambridge. The scale and design would not result in any additional harm upon the amenities of named properties opposite the site. The car parking provision, over provision of cycle parking is acceptable in a sustainable location, and the additional tree planting provision of green roof will provide on-site biodiversity net gain. So therefore, officers are recommending approval subject to conditions in the Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Dean. So first speaker is Matthew of the applicant. Matthew, are you online or you're here? Hello, hi. Morning. So if you've got to go to that sort of speaker at the back there. So you've got 3 minutes to speak. If you press the button on the right-hand side, it will light up red, and then off you go.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. The application before you today represents part of our continued investment in Cambridge Retail Park. We look to ensure its long-term success. Our goal is to offer a diverse mix of facilities and provide compelling reasons for visitors to return, making it a vibrant and sustainable destination. We propose replacing 3 low-quality buildings which currently detract from the streetscape with a bold, striking development. This design, refined over several years in collaboration with planning officers and through 2 design review panels, embodies our commitment to creating a timeless and exemplary building. It will feature retail frontage to the park, offices facing Newmarket Road, and extensive landscaping to align with the Council's vision for this key city gateway. The proposal will transform a very grey site, targeting BREEAM Outstanding. It includes a commitment to a 20% biodiversity net gain, with the planting of 29 new trees, including large trees on Newmarket Road, rain gardens, and 900 square metres of new planting. Railpen, as a long-term owner of the building and retail park, will actively maintain the landscape and public realm, including the roof terrace. In response to feedback, the building has been set back further from Newmarket Road to allow for additional tree planting and an enhanced pedestrian experience, supporting our shared ambition to create a safer environment. Our plans also include a financial contribution towards either a staggered pedestrian crossing on Newmarket Road or the GCP Eastern Access proposals. The building features a spacious ground floor reception area and best-in-class cycling amenities exceeding policy requirements, with space for 438 bicycles, while the upper floors are adaptable for diverse occupier needs. The top floor includes 2 pavilion-style office spaces with access to an indoor-outdoor terrace. The main body of the building, up to the parapet line, will be a similar height to the Premier Inn. 230 Newmarket Road embraces its heritage as a former brick and tile works through the use of a range of clay tiles. These tiles are tailored to each elevation's unique character, and the facade is designed for optimal thermal performance, reducing solar heat gain during the day and absorbing cool air at night, minimising reliance on air conditioning. This approach results in a building projected to consume at least 28.5% less energy than a typical office building of comparable scale. And in partnership with Professor John French from the Cambridge Institute of Sustainability Leadership, we are actively striving to reduce carbon emissions, including embodied carbon, across our Cambridge property portfolio. We hope you share our view, along with that of your officers, that the plans represent a high-quality development for this key gateway site to the city. Therefore, we respectfully ask members to vote in favour of the plans and support the recommendation for approval. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I'd like to start by thanking the Planning Service for an excellent report, and also my colleagues, Councillor Tong and Councillor Bilat, who've helped me with the statement. We all welcome the redevelopment of 230 Newmarket Road, and the reasons that we welcome it is because, to be blunt, the current site is an eyesore and it's off-putting to people coming into the city from the east, and unwelcoming environment for residents. We particularly welcome the landscaping improvements detailed in section 8.23 and the tree retention enhancement detailed at 8.40. And we also welcome the use of the ceramic materials mentioned. We've noticed that residents really like these. And the appearance is very attractive. However, we are just a bit concerned that all this lovely white ceramics might provide an inviting service for graffiti and negate the improved appearance and the feeling of, improved feelings of safety residents might get from this. And we'd like to know whether this is being considered and what scope there is to prevent this. But for us, the main advantage of this application is the funding for the new pedestrian crossing over Newmarket Road, because it will be directly between Tesco and the existing retail park, and it's not safe to cross, but lots of people, both need and want to do so. They can't use the Chisholm Trail underpass because it's a really long route round, so it's not attractive, particularly with heavy bags. So this is a huge win and something residents have wanted for a very long time. We do have some points of concern, and we note the officer's comments about neighbourhood amenity at 8.22 and subsequently, and we know that we can trust members for detailed consideration of a daylight impact assessment mentioned on the report. We do welcome the roof terrace and the proposed conditions on it, but we would also like residents in the immediate vicinity to be consulted about the proposed hours. We also note and welcome the applicant's commitment to exploring the transport issued as detailed in 8.84. However, we'd like to see a firm commitment to manage the antisocial parking near the Travelodge on Coldham's Lane as discussed in 8.86, although we would like to say that we have no evidence that that antisocial parking is connected with the current site. But lastly, I want to say that residents are extremely anxious about the construction process, and particularly about construction vehicle access, noise and dust. I'm sure that the applicant will abide by our considerate contractor conditions, but the problem is many local residents retired or work from home or run businesses from home, so you know, restriction to 9 to 5 hours, where in the past we might have expected people to be away from their homes, doesn't really give them the same benefit, and the impact on them, the construction process is greater. And we particularly like to see an informative residents to be consulted and kept informed throughout the construction process, because it's not just the actual construction impacts, but anxiety and not knowing what you're going to have that affects people. Thank you, that's all I need to say.
Righto, thanks very much, Councillor. Just a couple of things to pick up from what's been said so far. So F and B, as Dean said, would be food and beverage, I presume. Yep. And you said, Dean, 5 stories plus 1, which in common sense language is 6 stories, I suppose. Can I say that reasonably so, or do you want to argue that point?
Officially, it's 5 stories with a roof extension on top, so we say 5 plus 1.
Righto, okay. Members, Councillor Bagent.
Chair, just to start the debate, as the officers suggest, this is a strong building. But there's a second view, and that might be that this building dominates Newmarket Road. I shall probably be speaking again, well, I will be speaking again, about the influx of people, car parking and cycling. And it would be useful if the officer could remind me about the amount of people proposed to be employed on this site. But my first question is, does not the officer consider that this 5th or 6th floor is a floor too many?
Righto, any more? Yeah, Councillor Thornborough.
I just wonder if the officer could talk about whether this impacts the parking or access arrangements to the existing retail that remain on the site. And then generally, I think it's a very interesting building, and I think the sustainability criteria is really, really good. Really important to see this coming through in the designs that we're getting in Cambridge. And I'm glad that there's conditions about energy and water and use, which will be really good. And but one thing I'm not sure about, but it's about when taller buildings in Cambridge and the roof profile. I know that this roof has got the terrace, I think, is, as Councillor Bennett said, I think that's very interesting, and I think the planting up there on that corner will really enhance the building. But I think if you have one building like this with there's some variation in the finished heights of that you see in the roof from a distance. But I think what's really interesting about the historic roofs is the interest at roof line. So it's not so much the tall buildings, it's the interest in the roof line. And I think it's acceptable for this building, but I think that if more buildings come along, there needs to be articulation, and rather than just tall, flat buildings. Yeah, that's just what I wanted to say. So it's a query about the existing parking, and I know that there's a cut through which people make the most of from Newmarket Road. They cut through that retail park to the Coldham's Lane, and initially there was it was stopped, but that was removed. Yeah, so I don't know whether how this is going to impact on that the retail park. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to be clear, my microphone wasn't working then. So there was a bollard, it got removed, I think, at this planning committee, if I remember rightly. Councillor Floorbearer.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to see that the applicant is going to add more safety to the area with the pedestrian crossing. It's really necessary, so thank you very much. I actually have a question for the officer to talk us through the layout arrangement, just taking into consideration the landscape officer's concerns, because I didn't understand very much that layout there. And then I actually would like to maybe suggest a condition, if possible, and is in concern to the cycle strategy, basically suggested by CAMCycle. Thank you.
Is it worth saying what your condition is now, councillor, or do you want to do that later?
Well, it would be more than to talk with the cycle CAM to engage more about how this the pedestrian cycle can be improved.
Okay, I think I might go back to, I know you want to speak, do you want to speak on this, or can I just go back? There's quite a lot there. We'll go back to Dean on that, and just to draw everyone's attention to CAMCycle's objection at 6.30. So Dean, do you want to answer those questions, please?
Yeah, so to Councillor Bajent's point regarding dominance in the street scene, do acknowledge that it's, you know, compared to the existing situation, it is a high building. However, through the pre-application process, in discussion with officers and the applicant and the design review panel, we wanted this site to become, or to develop into a real focal point along Newmarket Road. It's on the corner of the existing access into the Cambridge Retail Park. And I mean, it's not much higher than the existing Premier Inn building in terms of scale. The Premier Inn is actually part 5 stories in height and slopes down into 4 stories with a rooftop extension on top as well. So in the grand scheme of things, when you're driving into Cambridge, we want the frontage along Newmarket Road to be a lot stronger, have a stronger presence in the streets in a way as it is existing. So yeah, I mean, I wasn't personally involved in the pre-application discussions, but from what I've read through and discussed with the officer who did deal with it, this was fully supported in terms of the scale and height, hence why we're here today. And obviously on top of that, it's a high quality design. It will provide a lot of office space, floor space in a sustainable location on the edge of the city centre. So I do appreciate. I mean, design and scale is also very subjective matter, but in officers' views, it is acceptable in this location. Just going on to the parking access arrangements, the applicant did submit a transport assessment with the application, and it did conclude that there would be less vehicle trips in and out of the site compared to the existing situation. We do have, I think, Jez on the call from the county. I don't know if Jez wants to come at this point, but if Councillor Thornberg would like any more clarification in terms of the vehicle movements in and out of the site, if Jez would, if you're you, Chair, is that right? Hi, Jez, are you okay to come in?
I'm absolutely fine, thank you. Yeah, so, you know, looking at the car parking, they've obviously reduced the car parking on the site. The office will only have 45 car parking spaces, I believe, on the site. I would just like to clarify at this point that the county are actually seeking a contribution towards the Eastern Access strategy, from which the pedestrian crossing will be discounted. That will be discussed further, I believe, in the section 106, because we feel that obviously if people can't come by car, they need to come by other modes, and therefore we need a substantial contribution towards Eastern Access study. So that's just a slight clarification on that point. Yeah, we feel that the parking is appropriate in that location. What does slightly concern us, which is why we've got a £30,000 contribution, is that people might park elsewhere or walk to the site. So, you know, that may be something that we have to look at in the future, but we are seeking a contribution towards that. The existing retail park, I believe, has to stay as it is in terms of parking because of the leases on the site. So there's not a lot of wriggle room there, I think, in terms of what the retail occupiers want in terms of car parking.
Thanks, Jez. In terms of the roof articulation point, do take your point on board. Obviously, members are aware that the wider CRP site will be coming forward in due course, and we'll take those comments on board in terms of how those proposals develop and make sure that it's not a complete, monotonous roof form. So they'll be discussed at later stages as those applications come forward. In terms of the landscape officer comments or concerns, I think the main point of concern was the conflict between cyclists and cars accessing the car park via Henley Way from the west of the site. But because the site plan's been amended, so there will be a dedicated cycle route and access point for cyclists to use as they access the car park. They will move around the car park, around the perimeter of the car park, so they won't actually move through the car park. So there'll be potentially less conflict between cyclists and vehicles on that point. And in terms of a cycle strategy condition, I think as the wider CRP proposals are developed, a cycle strategy will come forward as part of those proposals. Obviously, the framework that we're currently discussing, which was presented to members in January, alludes to the fact that a cycle strategy will come forward and obviously service this site as well. I don't know if Jez wants to come in on the cycling strategy, if he knows any more than me in terms of what's going forwards, but...
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to look at a cycle strategy for the whole site when we're only talking about part of it, but I have been in conversations about cycling. Obviously, we have the GCP scheme on Newmarket Road. We have some improvements that are happening as part of the site around about half a kilometre, which is the Beehive site. And overall, I think that with the master plan for this site and what's going on with the GCP and the Beehive, there will be a very good set of cycle links, not only between the sites, within the sites, but actually going out to the residential areas where people might be coming from.
I think that was all the points. I'm not sure. Have I covered all the points?
The amount of people that are going to be employed in the building?
I don't know the exact figure of employees, but I know the floor space is 10,000 square metres. I can try and find out for you, but I don't know the exact figure of potential employees which will be
I
occupying
think
the
we
site.
need to know that, Chair.
Sorry, what was that, Councillor Bajan?
I think we need to know how many people are going to be in the building.
Dean, are you able to find that out?
I will have a sieve through and get back to you when I can.
Tell you what, why don't you listen to what's being said and then Toby can have a look for that. Is that okay, Toby? Yeah, you can't do two things at the same time. Councillor Florberry, did you want to come back at all on the point you raised on the cycle strategy, cycles objection at 6.30?
No, Chair, that's fine, that's satisfying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Porrer, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed in the papers at 6.2 it said there'd be an update from Highways just to confirm whether they had no objection or not. And 8.77 it said you might update on the Toucan crossing, but I think you kind of have done that, but I just wanted to check. And picking up, I think, Councillor Bennett's point, it does sound sensible that as part of Condition 5, the construction management, could we have something about notifying residents when particularly loud works will be taking place? You know, so if they're pile driving or something, because I think we've done that fairly routinely, or having a site manager where you can call them. I think that comes up as the considerate constructors. But I just thought I can understand it's quite a substantial building. That might be helpful. I always say I do share concerns about a white coloured building because the local pigeon population, never mind the graffiti artists, do. I mean, you always look at that one near Finsbury Park that used to be University of North London that was stunningly white for about 6 months, and for the last 20 years it has gradually gone, well, kind of poo coloured and a few other things. So again, I think if it's going to be white, it needs to be sure that it can be cleaned, or that it's, because it, you know, if it is going to be that important building there, it needs to not look horrible and get covered in muck. Could the officer just confirm tree loss? I think there wasn't very much, and there were 29 new trees, I think, but just if you could just point out where those would be, that would be really useful. As I say every time, it's great to see aiming for BREEAM outstanding. I really hope that would continue throughout the rest of the site. And finally, there is 8.112 talks about daylight loss to a couple of local houses. I appreciate it is just under or over the BRE guidelines, but I just wonder if the officer could just talk us through that and why they're satisfied that that isn't too much of an adverse effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Let's go back to you on that then, I think, Dean, because especially with regard to light loss, that's quite an important point, I think. So if you could answer those questions, I think that's all we've got at the moment to go for.
Yeah, so...
Just one other thing, actually, I'll just add to what's been said already previously. So in terms of this scale and massing of the building, you know, it does look a bit bulky. And you, in your verbal report, spoke about it being barely visible, I think you said, from a distance. But I'd just like to say that, you know, when you see those photographs of buildings, they do look barely visible, but when you look at them with the naked eye, you do pick them out in the landscape as your eye compensates. It sees things that are not so easily visible in a pictorial form. And further to that, it would be different, of course, at night, because Cambridge is looking more and more like a big sort of, I know it's a small city, but it's looking like a big lit up city when you approach it from a distance. So that's a minor point in a way, because that just adds to what's already there. But I think it's significant that it will be a big building on Newmarket Road.
Yeah, so just starting off with the highways comments. Yeah, so the Toucan crossing will be secured by the 106 agreement. So in discussions with Jez's team in the county, so that'll be all secured. In terms of neighbour communication, condition 5 does set out a number of criteria. This is the demolition construction environmental management plan, and criterion Q does refer to stakeholder engagement and residents communication plan, complaints procedures and so forth. So obviously in consultation with the environmental health officer, I mean, that's the sort of standard condition we do put on. I don't know what in particular you would like to be added to that, in particular if you did want to come back onto that point, if that's okay.
It's just that point about if there's going to be a particularly noisy week, we make sure that's included in there. But I think, as you say, Q does cover most of that. I just wanted to draw it to attention, whether you think we could add something or not. But I think that's always useful for people to know, because then they can plan their work around it.
And I'll just briefly add to that as well. I don't think condition 5 includes the need for the applicant to provide a phone number from the project manager on site for residents, but we have asked for that before, and that might well be a very practical and good thing for residents to be able to contact the project manager.
Yeah, okay, I'm happy to add that, if that's what members would like. Neighbour amenity, yeah, so the applicant has undertaken a daylight sunlight impact assessment, and some of the values are not quite in accordance with the minimum 0.8 times the value of the existing value in terms of sunlight as prescribed by the BRE, but some of those rooms are actual dual aspect. So there is flexibility within the guidance that where a room is dual aspect, has 2 windows serving the room, there is flexibility on that. So officers have taken a view that given that those rooms identified are dual aspect, the impact is less significant in terms of daylight. There's also a building, I think it's number 247 Newmarket Road, which is set behind the principal elevations of the adjacent buildings. And because of that relationship, there is flexibility within the BRE guidance, which allows for flexibility on the minimum standards required. So that's why officers have come to the conclusion that it's acceptable in terms of daylight sunlight. And in terms of the scale and massing, completely agree, you would see it, especially within the immediate context of the site. But I suppose, you know, just because you can see a building doesn't necessarily mean it's harmful. As I said before, it is high quality design, with all the sustainability features and everything else. So yes, you would see it, but it's not considered to be harmful in terms of the amenity of the existing area.
You done? Yep. Okay, Councillor Porter, did you want to come back on the BRE daylight and sunlight analysis at all, or anything else for that matter?
No, I take some reassurance if they are the dual aspect rooms. I just mentioned the white finish. Are you happy that conditions are robust enough to make sure that is going to be the right material? And just the trees, please. Tree loss or gain.
Yes, sorry. So condition 18 secures the material details, and we'll be confident that we'll make sure that the materials are long-lasting and hopefully don't get too stained by various other forms. So yeah, we'll make sure that's conditioned. And with the trees, there's new planting of trees along the frontage along Newmarket Road, and as you enter the retail park along the side as well, which will provide the biodiversity net gain on the site. Because obviously the existing site is a hard-standing surface which doesn't have much green on it. So of course the green roof as well on the top is going to contribute to BNG.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, I would strongly urge that there's a parking strategies developed for the whole of the retail site, because I noticed that I think there's a gate to this car park, but if the requirements for office parking and retail parking are quite often quite different, so the office is during the working day and retail is in the evenings and the weekend, and it would be really good to maximise amenity and landscape space by consolidating parking wherever possible. And I know that so when you get separate plots coming through on a larger site, we may not make the most of this opportunity. So I think it's really important, and I think this is what was done on the West Cambridge site, where there's a lot of individual buildings, but there was this parking strategy with 2 car parks, multi-stories, which were the needs for parking were assessed as the development comes through. And I think it would be longer term on this site, and maybe even the Beehive site. That's something that would really benefit the users and existing residents and businesses around about. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. As a statement, I think, I'll hold it there for a minute, but respond later if you need to. Councillor Gilderdale.
Thank you. I just had a small question about the cycle access that has now been put in around the side. And in your presentation, you mentioned that it would be like a gate, and I wondered whether that causes obstacles for cyclists trying to get through, or if you're in a cargo bike or something. I know that there's previously been issues with, that actually isn't very accessible if you're trying to get around a gate. So I wondered whether you could just clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, any more? Right. Yes, Councillor Florbear. Oh, sorry, Councillor Todd Jones was next.
Yeah, just a thought really. I mean, there's a strong emphasis, isn't there, on the frontage to Newmarket Road, but there is a brief reference to the impact on the Cambridge Retail Park, the Majestic Wine existing unit, for example, which is dwarfed by the proposal. And I just wonder if you've got any further comment on that aspect.
Thank you. Councillor Florbear.
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to ask about how many disabled car park spaces will be available on that side. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say a couple of things as well to go back to you then, Dean. So firstly, there was a comment earlier from one of the speakers, I think Councillor Bennett actually, about the hours of operation of the roof terrace. I don't know if we can say anything about that. And also, it's great, it's a BREEAM standing building, but I'll just say that I'm very much presuming it's not a cross-laminated timber building or any such building that's very low in carbon or zero carbon. It looks like a very high carbon, embodied carbon building actually to me. So that's unfortunate, but I know the argument is always made that it saves carbon in the long run, and I have to accept that. So I'll leave it there. All right, so back to you then, Dean.
So in terms of the overall parking strategy, that will come forth as discussions progress on the wider CRP side. Again, I don't know if it's necessary if Jez comes in on this point, but we'll discuss that later on as it comes forward. But yes, it is important. We are aware of that. In terms of the cycle access, I could add because we don't actually know what the details of that gate would look like. I could add a condition to secure the details of the gate to make sure it is, accessible and
Yeah,
so
do
forth
that,
to allow.
do that.
Yeah, that's okay. The comment regarding the Majestic Wines store, which is adjacent to the site, it would obviously dwarf the existing store. Obviously, we don't know whether that store will come forward for redevelopment as not, so we don't know what's going to come forward on that site. But there is actually a separation between the new office building and the Majestic store building, which is the side accessway which cyclists will use. So there is a separation there between the two built forms, but as and when that will come forward, we don't know at this stage. I think I just mentioned it because it's referenced within the Eastern Gateway Framework SPD. So I just wanted to clear that point off, just in case members did have concerns whether it jeopardised the future development of that plot. But in our view, it wouldn't. The total number of accessible car parking spaces be 6. Total of 6 accessible car parking spaces will be provided within the dedicated office car parking. 4 of which will be fitted with EV charging points, which is acceptable in our view. And the hours of operation of the roof terrace, there is a condition 15, which restricts it between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Monday to Sunday, and the use of it is only restricted to staff members of the building only. So, and that was in consultation with the environmental health officer. So that's what we consider acceptable.
So just to be clear, it can be used between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. That's quite a long expanse of time, isn't it? So, okay, and right, I'll leave it up to members. Councillor Bajan.
Chair, have we got an answer on the number of people in the building yet?
Toby, have you found that at all?
Chair, I haven't actually been able to find it. I've looked on the planning application form and in the design and access statement and in the planning statement. It doesn't appear to be obvious. I can see that the applicant's transport assessor is in the room. They may well, off the top of their head, know how many employees they've designed for. I've made an assumption it would be around 400 or so employees, but at this point in time I can't point towards a figure that I've been able to find in the application documentation, unfortunately.
Okay, so before we go on, I got your hand up. Okay, Councillor Bajan. I'll come back to you. Is this a planning matter?
I think it is a relevant planning matter, Chair, because it does also go to the planning benefit as well in terms of kind of new jobs created here. So the applicants may be easily be able to factually clarify how many people they have designed this building for.
Yeah, I can see it's going that way. And if I was to ask one of the applicant team whether they know that number, would I get a useful response? Because sometimes the numbers in a building can vary from time to time, over time.
Well, they can, Chair. I mean, I don't. It's within your discretion to ask the applicants. They may or may not be able to clarify that at this point in time.
Okay, I can see Councillor Baden nodding, so I think that might be useful. So is one of the applicant team able to clarify that question at all? I don't normally ask you questions, but it might be useful if you're able to. If you can, so be it. Come to the speaker thing if you can and give us a number. Yeah, do you want to come to the speaker so we can hear you and people online can hear as well? So do you want to just repeat the question, please, Councillor Baden, and then we'll be clear what we're asking?
Yes, sure. Can we have the figures of expected occupants of the building, Chair?
Lovely, thank you. So, yes.
Hi, yes, it's the maximum occupancy is designed at 1,027 with a standard with a standard effective occupancy of 822.
So just to be clear, maximum is 1027, but expected is, what was it again?
822.
To 822. Great, thank you for that succinct answer. That's perfect, thank you. Right, Councillor Bajan, you're speaking.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's quite a relevant point, actually, because we're seeing a large influx of people to this area with a lack of real transport for them. Now, we hope that a lot of them will come by cycle, but even if they do, there's only 438 cycling places and 50 cars, or 45 cars. So that means if people don't come by bus, how are they going to get there? Now, on top of that, I think it was 6,000 in the site, 100 yards down the road, which has not yet got approval, but has gone to the Minister for the inspector to look at and the Minister to take a decision. But if we're sensible people, we recognise that something will be agreed there, around 6,000 plus people. So there's a lot of people extra coming into the area. And this is not the last of these buildings. So I draw attention to maybe we should be looking a bit harder at this site. If we took a floor off, then we'd cut it by a fifth, perhaps. That might help. I'm a bit confused about the cycling. Cyclists take the quickest route. They don't go round car parks, they cycle straight through the middle of them. And I think that is a danger for the cyclists and for the car drivers as well. Especially at the time when people are seeking to leave the building rather than arrive, because there's much more hurried at that stage. I'm surprised that they didn't provide a separate exit at the point where the cycling route would turn right onto Newmarket Road. And I say that because when it comes to leaving the building, the cyclists and the cars are leaving at the same point. That means that cyclists will be cycling across the front of cars that will be wanting to leave, some of them perhaps turning right out of the area. And there's a possible conflict there, which we could avoid if we had a separate cycling entrance. And I'm not yet convinced about the extra height, I must say, the 6th floor.
Thank you. Perhaps we'll go back to you then, Dean, on that, and maybe you might want to refer to Jez as well on that. So just to be...
Yeah, I noticed Jez has got his hand up.
Yeah, you've got Councillor Bajan's questions on that, but just also if you can clarify if 438 cycle parking spaces is policy compliant, vis-a-vis 822 users of the building, or 1,027 maximum. I'm presuming it is, but it'd be good to have clarification on that. And maybe you also want to refer to, again, 6.30 CamCycle's objection, where they say the proposed development fails to upgrade the existing cycleways through the CRP Cambridge Retail Park site, which would be used to allow cyclists accessing the site from the east. But mainly Councillor Bajan's point.
Yeah, so in terms of the cycle parking, it's actually an over-provision in terms of these standards in the local plan. So given it's a sustainable location, obviously that would enable more occupants to cycle to and from the building. I think I'm going to refer to Jez, if that's okay, on cyclists coming in and out of the site and whether the conflict of vehicles would be a significant issue or not.
Thank you. Yeah, to just answer Councillor Bajan's, I think, couple of questions. One about cycling. Again, it's very difficult with this singular site to look at the whole site as a master plan. I know it's coming forward, and it should be coming forward quite rapidly. And I know that that has some significant changes proposed to the cycleways through the site, which removes the existing conflicts that are obviously there, it being a site which I've visited often. So that will come forward as part of a master plan, but because this is a small part of a big site where the red line doesn't go throughout the whole site, it's a bit difficult to do strict measures across the site, and we have to look, I guess, at the site in itself. And I think the applicants have done as well as they can given the size of the site. To go back to the question about people coming by cycle and people coming by bus, this is the reason we're seeking a strategic contribution towards the GCP schemes. As members will be aware, they need to be match funded by developments. If we don't get the money, they won't come forward. However, if we do get money for them, they do come forward. And what that will do is obviously enhance bus services along Newmarket Road to the site. It will enhance the experience of cycling down Newmarket Road to the site. So that's why we are seeking a strategic contribution, in addition to the pedestrian crossing, which will allow pedestrians to cross Newmarket Road. So I think that, we have come up with a fair contribution, which is based upon the a proportionate contribution based on the Beehive site, which was agreed, even though the planning application obviously hasn't been determined yet. So we feel that the contribution will allow and the GCP schemes to come forward at an accelerated rate, and therefore will fix the traffic issues, or will allow people to come by bus, cycle, etc., rather than car.
I think that's all. Okay, so members, yes, Councillor Bajan.
I don't think the officer actually answered the question about the conflict between cycles and cars leaving the site onto Newmarket Road. I don't think we can overemphasise the danger here, because cyclists will be crossing in front of cars that may be turning right or left. And the concentration of the driver of the car, of course, is traffic coming up the road and down the road, and the cyclist is going to jump in front of the car. And if the driver pulls off, then they're going to have a collision. We don't want that situation. We can design that out at this stage. There's a whole area of Newmarket Road that they could access for cycles to leave the site. That would also take away this conflict of the shortest possible route to the cycling park. And I think we should put great consideration behind this.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I'll just add to that, and if there's any other cycle active travel related questions, then we can go back to Dean and possibly Jez. So just to say to the applicant who's here today, we like master plans, we like organisation, we like things to be organised before they happen, not peaceful development, which is effectively what this is. And that's the concern here, I think. I appreciate that, you're within the red line of the site. We are the biggest cycling city in the UK. More people cycle in Cambridge than any other place in the UK, by a long way. It's not all cycling though. Walking is very popular too. I'm the lead councillor for active travel. I don't think that compromises my decision making here. I think it's a good thing that we walk and cycle if we can, or take buses and public transport. But as Councillor Bajan says, quite rightly so, we don't want conflict. We want segregated provision if possible, or certainly to safe provision. So it's very important that that is taken into account by the applicant as far as possible. It's very, very important. Councillor Thornborough.
I think I was just looking at the plan, and the car park is a completely level car park, but the cycle parking looks like it's half a storey above. So the the route for the cycles to go around the outside of the flat car park takes the cycles up a ramp into the building. And when they come out of the cycle parking, the cyclists can go right or left, back down the ramp to Coldham's Lane, or they can go right to Newmarket Road. So there are two options. And the cyclists won't go across the car park because they can't get into the cycle parking through this flat car park. But again, the thing is that this is, again, it goes back to what you were saying, Chair, that really there needs to be a cycling strategy across the site and it sounds like that might be coming. So it's a kind of movement strategy for cars, parking, cycling, walking across the site, which we've repeated many times now, and that I hope the officers will ensure that comes forward. Thanks.
Yep, Councillor Dryden.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered, I haven't seen anything in the paper here that all employees are going to leave at the same time in their cars and cycles. So, I mean, why we're getting so serious on this issue? We're not being told that they're all going to leave at 5 o'clock or whatever. I should imagine on a site like this, they'll be leaving all at different times. So it's not going to be quite as bad as it's been made out.
Yeah, I thought that too. Councillor Pora.
Yeah, just say I agree with Councillor Dryden. I think whilst it would be good to have a master plan when this comes forward for the wider site, I support something. If we can't do a sustainable development here with fewer car parking spaces, then where? So, I appreciate Councillor Bajan's concerns, but I'm comfortable with this. I think the cycle route round the side, and cyclists to a certain extent, as can cyclists, they have to take some responsibility. If there's a guided route for them, they need to follow that and not drive across the car park. I mean, and I think Councillor Thornborough said, it is a sensible route through. It takes them to the access they need. So I'm comfortable with this, and I think I would worry that we don't want to argue ourselves into having loads more parking spaces. This should be a sustainable site. People can walk. Abbey Ward is a ward which has a lot of local employment needs. So, I presume that will be coming forward as part of the wider master plan to encourage local people to apply for jobs on this site. So I think I'm comfortable with how it is at the moment, Chair.
Yep, I think we've debated that well. I'll just add that the GCP scheme has been mentioned as well that's coming forward, I believe. Councillor Florbear.
Chair, is some related to cycling. May I ask my
Hold
question?
on then, I think let's just go back, cover that off, and then we'll come back for more. Okay, thank you for letting me know that. Dean. You do explain about transport, cycling, and maybe refer to Jez, because Councillor Bajan raised a bit more.
Yeah, is Jez still there? I don't know if he's still there.
Hello, Dean. I am still here. I will have to go in a couple of minutes, though, unfortunately.
Do you want to come back further on in terms of the conflict between cyclists and Newmarket Road? I mean,
yeah, I mean, given the ownership of the site, I guess it would be possible to look at something now. That would be within the remit, because I believe that land is all owned by the applicant. So I think it could be looked at if there were concerns. I don't have any of my highways development management colleagues on the call, so I don't know whether it was looked at in detail by them. But certainly, I mean, it's something that could be looked at. Maybe a condition to look at it, possibly.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Toby to come in there, Jez.
Chair, so, I mean, members will be aware there was a briefing with Railpen in mid-January where we looked at kind of the wider framework for the retail park and their intentions regarding the provision of a LTN 120 compliant cycleway through the park. I think my view is that that framework is clearly going to develop, but it's not for this application to seek to make or to be the trigger to make those kind of wider strategic adjustments. I think they will come in time as the leases free up in relation to the various retail plots on the wider site, and the applicant is able to assemble the existing surface level car parking into multi-storey car parks. That then frees up land to create the types of public realm enhancements that RailPen have suggested are possible here. So certainly not part of this application, but it is very much on the radar of RailPen to make those those provisions.
All right, thanks, Toby. That's useful. Right, Councillor Agent.
Chair, the officer from the county has almost suggested, I think, that there could be a condition for a separate exit point, and I think that is valid. I've been making that argument. I won't say it again, but I would like to move the idea of a condition that there is a separate exit point for cyclists.
I think you're right. I think the Jez did say that, but I think Toby just contradicted that. Toby is the boss here. He's the manager of planning. So I think conditions have to be reasonable. It seems it's not a reasonable condition as far as I can gather from what Toby said. We could have an informative, though, vis-a-vis what Councillor Florbeau said earlier about a strategy for cycling and what Cam Suckler said about the site. So I think that's reasonable. But do you want to come back, Toby?
Yeah, Chair, so as Councillor Thornborough said, in practical terms, if you're a cyclist here, when you exit from kind of parking your bike from the building, you can either turn right and exit directly onto Newmarket Road, or you could turn left and exit through the car parking area, either by lifting your bike up over the steps or taking the ramped arrangement that's been proposed out to the west of the site, past the back of SCS Sofa. So there are options for cyclists here in terms of how they access the site, and I'm not sure much more in reality could be done to improve those access arrangements. They look perfectly reasonable in my view.
What's your view, Councillor Bajan?
Chair, I think I've made the point. I understand that the architects are here. I'm hoping that they've heard what I've said, because I do not agree with the idea that they should come out at the same spot on Newmarket Road, which is one of the busiest roads in Cambridge. I think that it would be so easy to drop them out onto Newmarket Road through a small exit and entrance route, which wouldn't inconvenience the developers and might make it a lot safer. I'm going to stop at that point, because Toby's saying to me, really, you're not going to get a requirement to do it. So I'll leave it with the developers. They've heard what I've said. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your patience. Thanks for that. So, Councillor Florbeau, you had something to say, I think, not on cycling.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just would like to see an informative about the applicant engaging with the disability panel when deciding the building. Is that possible?
Councillor Thornborough, you're chatting when somebody else is chatting. I couldn't hear what was being said. Could you repeat it, please, Councillor Thornborough? Sorry.
Yes, Chair. My question or maybe suggestion is that if we could have an informative for the applicant to engage or discuss with the disability panel.
Okay, I believe the disability panel is a consultee here, but do you want to respond to that, please, Dean?
I mean, the access officer's been consulted, is that what has been alluded?
Do you mean the access officers? Yeah.
Yes, are we talking about Mr. Taylor, the officer Taylor? Yes.
Dean.
Yeah, he's been consulted on the application. He recommended a lot of internal arrangements within the building, which have been attached or recommended as informatives in the report.
Okay, right, thumbs up, good. Right, any more? Have we covered everything off? Just to say that earlier question about disabled parking spaces, just want to clarify for residents listening in, so they're described as accessible spaces, so that's the new terminology, I think, for a disabled parking space, yeah, nodding. Okay, Councillor Thornborough.
Can I just explain what I was saying when, sorry guys. So from the cycle parking, you can, if you're leaving with your bike, you can turn right to go and go through an entrance which is just for cycles, only cycles, to Newmarket Road. So it's, if you choose to go that way, there's no conflict with cars. It's only if you go through around the car park to the south towards Coldham's Lane that you need to be aware of the cars, I think.
Right, that's useful. I think it might be annoying to think it as well, but let's remember that all sorts of vehicles are coming forward. We've had traditional electric bikes, now more recently we've had scooters, and then we've got mopeds, and then we've got mobility scooters and all sorts of things, electric vehicles generally, and where do they all go? It's difficult for a single applicant to know or predict the future, but obviously they're doing their best, I guess. Is there anything else but anything else? We've talked about cycles for quite a long time now. There is a whole building there. I'll just briefly say it's been said that some people will find the building attractive. I do not quite see that beauty myself, but it's okay. That's all I could really honestly say about it. But it's certainly better than what's existing on the site. Councillor Thornborough.
So I know that there's a condition regarding the materials, and I think there's this white colour which has been agreed, and it's ceramic, but it's not just the colour, it's actually the surface of the material that's going to make really important to the success or not. So if it's like a shiny white, it might create glare at certain points of depending on the light. So I hope the officers will take into account the surface finish, not just the colour. Yeah, thanks.
That's a good point. I've got every confidence in the officer team dealing with the applicants on this. Any more? Anything? Otherwise we'll go to the recommendation. Okay, there's been a few, yeah, and lunch. There's been a few comments along the way with conditions and informatives. Hopefully you've got all of that, Toby, so if you can give us the recommendation, please.
I hope I have, Chair. I was searching for employee details while some of the conversation was taking part, but the recommendations on page 110, that is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers, is also subject to a section 106 agreement, the precise contributions and wording of obligations to be delegated to officers, is with an additional condition to explore improved accessibility with regard to the gated access provisions for cycles, and an amendment to condition 5 to ensure that there is a contact number for residents when construction is taking place if there are any issues, and additional wording to ensure that there is direct liaison with residents around key construction times. That's it, Chair.
Recommendation approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? It's unanimous.
That's unanimous, Chair.
So thank you very much. The item is approved. Right, we'll have lunch then. So before we go on to the next item, that's 45 minutes. The time now is 12:30, so 1:15 prompt then, please. Sorry, 1:15? What am I saying? Yeah, 1:15 prompt, please. Thank you. Okay, we're no longer live. Couple of minutes delay, just dealing with a planning issue. Start soon. Right, I think we're good to go now then. We're not online, are we yet? No. I was just talking about the latest email we had, but I sent you all an email, members, about that. Okay. Right, so if you could take us on live then, please. Okay, welcome back to Planning Committee after lunch. Next item is item 6, Mill Road. So we've got, so Tom's the officer, he's here, and we've got speakers on that. So we've got Andrew, who's objecting, the agent Hussein, and then Councillor Bajent is going to speak as well. So I think that's all. So if you want to present the item, please, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. I was just getting my presentation up. So the application before members today is at 178 to 182 Mill Road in Cambridge. It's for the installation of a retractable Louvre pergola with glass screening and acoustic fencing and a new extraction flue system. Officers are recommending the application for approval. So this is the application site. So it forms number 180 and 182, but also it forms part of the first floor of number 178 Mill Road. And there's a few site constraints in the sense that it is in the Mill Road conservation area, and it is adjacent to a building of local interest, which is the Baptist Church to the northwest, and then the adjacent buildings to the southeast. So it's in the conservation area, and it's in a district, local and neighbourhood centre, and within the Mill Road opportunity area. So the reason why it's been called in is because, in the opinion of officers, there's been several comments relating to it, third-party objections and comments in support, so it's before members for that reason. However, the main considerations are the impact on the character and appearance of the area and the impact on neighbouring amenity. So this is just an aerial imagery of the site itself. So the building does encompass the entirety of the site. There is built form throughout. So the application itself relates just to the roof. I'll actually get the laser pointer up just to indicate where that would be on here. So that's roughly in here where I'm pointing. So this is the Baptist church. You've then got other residential properties nearby. So you've got some properties on here. And then you've got Dove House, which is just off this road here. It's just the proposed and existing block plan, just indicating that there is already some existing plant on the roof, as well as some air conditioning units which feed the shop below. And then the image on the right just indicates the extent of the roof terrace. So as indicated, the proposal the site does already benefit from quite a bit of plant on the top from an extraction system and air conditioning units. In terms of the proposed elevation, there's no amendments to the front. There is some amendments to the plant, especially the centrally located one, which was here. That's being moved further to the side. But obviously this is the area of the proposal. This is just the side elevations, just indicating the scale of the extraction unit and the plant, as well as the proposal. These are just the floor plans, just indicating the access to the first floor, the existing cafe that already exists, and obviously the ground floor is an existing shop. And then this first floor plan just indicates sort of the layout of the upstairs. So as you can see, this area, which sits above 178, is not related to that, the pizza use at all. It's just they're extending over the top of it. The louvre the pergola wouldn't extend beyond the rear building line of the adjacent property. And then this once again just indicates the plant that is either on there or being moved, and the location of the feature walls as well, which would be located just off from the rears of it, and then there would be a feature wall directly to the side of it. Just thought I'd put through some visualizations of the proposal. This is from the applicant's design and access statement, just for clarity for members. So the roof would be openable. And then this would be internally. So this is the current photographs of the roof of the site. Concerns were raised originally with the background noise associated with the existing flue, although it turns out that this hasn't been used. And obviously you've got the existing air conditioning units, the adjacent properties. So the louvre would extend in this section here. And then this is views towards the residential properties to the rear. So there's a flatter development, and then there's some terrace properties. And then on the right image that's Dove House on the right, connected to the Baptist church. Obviously there's quite a bit of vegetation to the rear as well. And this is just further imagery of the right-hand side towards the Baptist church and the adjacent neighbouring properties. And then the image on the left, so this is from the front garden of the terrace properties, just to indicate its visibility from there. And then once again, just some further images of its proximity to the Baptist church and then to the neighbouring residential properties to the rear. So there's been quite a few comments in support and objection regarding the application. Those in objection relate to impact on amenity, largely relating to privacy, noise and odour emissions. There are some other reasons as noted on the screen as well, but obviously there are comments in support as well. In terms of consultee comments, there's been no objection from the Environmental Health Officer, the Conservation Officer or the Local Highways Authority. And Councillor Bajan has commented on the application, indicating that it would be a benefit to the community and would add to the vibrancy of Mill Road. So in terms of the planning balance, officers are recommending approval, indicating that the proposal would not cause harm to the character and appearance of the area and would not cause any undue harm to neighbouring properties. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks for that. So, Andrew, are you about there? Oh, hello, good afternoon. So if you want to come to that sort of speaker thing on your right-hand side there, yeah, that's it. And so you've got 3 minutes to speak. That's it, you've turned it on. Great. Okay, when you're ready then, Andrew.
Oh, good afternoon, councillors. Our objection to this plan is as follows. First of all, there's been no communication from the applicant, and we feel, we have not given any permission for any extraction systems that will probably protrude over our church property. The extraction unit will be opposite our worship area, worship space, directly in line with the opening windows of the church building. The second point is the front motor unit, the filters, and the overhead wall-mounted canopy are likely to produce fumes, smells, and noise, which will adversely affect the enjoyment of our weekly meetings, Mondays to Thursdays, and worship services on Saturdays and Sundays. Thirdly, the church also does not give permission for any building work to be accessed from our side of the building on safety ground. The church center, which is directly located behind the church, and it is below Dove House, is used each day during the week by babies and preschool children. The land between the center and the proposed site is also a fire exit for the church center and cannot be blocked, again for obvious health and safety reasons. The church also strongly objects to the proposed roof extension, which will also cause loss of privacy, an increase in noise, fumes, and light pollution to its surrounding neighbors. There has been no communication from the applicant, and we do not give permission for any extraction system to protrude over the church property. We wonder how these units will be maintained because the applicant currently has no access to our premises to extend to their units. There is one point of correction though. Our church is number 178 Mill Road. They referred to 178 on their application. The building they are referring to should really be 178A. Thank you very much.
Right, thanks for that, Andrew. So next up is Hussein. Are you here? Or, yeah, hello, hi. So you've got 3 minutes to speak also. The microphone's still switched on, so when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman, committee members and officers. I stand before you today to express our support for the planning application for the organic shop at 178 to 182 Mill Road. This proposal seeks to enhance Harvest Cambridge Organic, a long-standing and valued family-run business that has served the Mill Road community for many years. The proposed development represents a healthy investment in the businesses for the future, aligning with the Cambridge local planning visions for a vibrant and thriving district centre. Harvest Cambridge Organic is an integral part of Mill Road, beyond its function as a supplier of organic goods and CAF. It serves as a vital community hub. The proposed rooftop terrace and CAF extension will enable the business to expand, providing an enhanced amenity for both residents and visitors whilst preserving its established organic ethos. This application directly addresses the previous refusal reason through the submission of detailed noise assessment, odor mitigation plans, and revised screening measures. The applicant has demonstrated a productive approach to safeguard residential amenities, specifically the inclusion of acoustic fencing, rectable louvers, and operating hours, which will effectively mitigate noise and disturbance. Furthermore, the implementing of screening and planters will address privacy concerns, as confirmed by the Council's Environmental Health Officer and Conservation Officer. The proposal aligns with local planning policies, which prioritise development that enhances the vitality of Millrose opportunity area and district centre. By optimising this unused space on the first floor, this scheme will help local employment and provides crucial support to an existing business. It will also enhance Millrose vibrancy and introducing a welcoming and active rooftop terrace, a unique addition that complements the area's mixed-use character. The recommended planning conditions, including noise controls, detailed screening specifications, and delivery restrictions, provide robust safeguard for neighbouring residents. Moreover, the applicant's commitment to install accessibility features such as a stair lift demonstrates a balanced and responsible approach to the development. This application is a testament to responsible community-focused development. It demonstrates respect for the conservation area, heritage, effectively addresses previous objection through the tangible solutions, and reinforces cherished local business.
That's 3 minutes. Just finish off your sentence, please.
I therefore respectfully request that the committee supports this application and grant approval.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, okay. Councillor Bajan, you're next.
Chair, was there not a letter from Councillor Pounds? If you read her statement first, then I'll try not to duplicate.
Bear with.
This statement's on behalf of Councillor Pounds. Dear Planning Committee, I'm writing in support of the application for a commercial rooftop terrace at the above address. I'm the local ward councillor and also a local resident, and I'm a regular customer at this shop. The addition of this facility is important to the business to maintain viability. The premises is very well run and the proprietor is community-minded and considerate. There are very few establishments this end of Mill Road which operate in the early evening when residents are returning from work. During the day and at weekends, all the cafes are busy and often full to capacity, so there is a demonstrable need. Given that the proprietor has complied with all the council's requests and officers are recommending approval, I do hope that the committee will feel able to support this application.
Thanks, Sarah. Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. Mill Road is an opportunity area. It's a world-renowned area, world-renowned road. People all over the world know Mill Road, is in particular for its dining abilities and for its cafes and meeting points. The applicant has worked hard with the council to overcome reasons for an earlier refusal, which were mainly technical and have now, I believe, been overcome. They are proposing substantial screening on the site and have paid for a noise assessment that has led to the officer's report suggesting it complies with Policy 72. Nor, says the officer, does it cause harm to the amenity and living conditions of the neighbouring occupiers. I'm a bit confused by some of the statements that the church have brought forward, but I'm not going to contradict those. The city councillors in Romsey consider this is a positive addition to Mill Road because it will bring a new facility which complements the organic store below. There is currently a CAF on the site, and this has never had any problems. but it is oversubscribed. There's more people go to it than can actually get in there. The extension will provide a larger dining space and a wider range of food and meals that are currently not available in this location on Mill Road. No residents have approached me or any other councillors against this challenging this proposal. And there is a considerable body of support from the community for this asset. It is something that is much needed in this part of Mill Road, and I hope the Planning Committee will approve it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to be clear for residents listening in, Councillor Baitling, you are a member of Planning Committee, but you're not voting on this item because you've spoken in favour of that item. So just to clarify some aspects of the first speaker's statement before we go to members. So it was said, Tom, no publication. I'm not quite sure if that refers to information about the planning application or not, about the extraction systems, the smell, noise and fumes, the loss of privacy, the thing about hanging over it, like going over the space over the property of next door, that's a civil matter, I think, so probably don't need to touch on that. And the numbers of the properties concerned, just to clarify that. If you could do that, Tom, then we can go to members' questions. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. I think what Andrew was relating to is that the applicant hadn't spoken to the church themselves. Obviously, the church have been consulted as part of the application. So there was the application itself has had quite a few amendments, especially relating to additional noise, odour assessments. So all residents in the area have been reconsulted on that. So I think that's what Andrew is relating to. The same goes for the noise, smell and fumes. The environmental health officer's commented on the application, not raised any objections and given quite a detailed response in regards to why they consider it acceptable and the concerns that they had previously and how the amended information has overcome that. And obviously that is all publicly available. Obviously there was a point about the address, that's referenced within my officer's report as well, that all the information available to officers indicate that it is number 178 to 182. And the other point that was made about the overhanging from the plan submitted, it doesn't appear that it overhangs, but should there be any requirement for work that would overhang to the Baptist Church, once again, as you said, Chair, that's a civil matter, so not something that we can consider as part of this application. I think that was all.
Yeah, before I do go to members, just want to bottom out one aspect of that. So on page 42 in the plans back to proposed front and rear elevations, where it shows the existing situation of the extract flue system, and it's being moved to the left-hand side of that roof. As I look at it, proposed rear elevation, I can see Andrew's point there about it being closer to the church, but I presume that's acceptable to you and to environmental health officers. Could you just elaborate?
Yes, Chair. Yeah. So although it is moving closer, the existing ventilation system is. No, it's not below par, but the proposal, as the Environmental Health Office indicates in their response, this is a betterment than the existing, and not to go into too much detail, but where it normally flows out horizontally like it does at the moment, the applicant has indicated within their submitted documents that it will actually flow vertically rather than horizontally, so it actually flow away from the current properties. In that sense, so it would actually be a betterment than the existing situation in terms of noise and odour.
Right, that's useful, thank you for that. But obviously if members want to pick up on any other things that speakers have said, fine. So Councillor Dryden.
Comment, Chair, just say, I think with the terrible decision of closing Mill Road Bridge, I think local businesses need all the help they can get now.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough?
The church mentioned about children using the outside space between the proposal and the church, and I know that construction can be quite difficult sometimes on these small sites, getting access to the back, and I know it's a civil matter about negotiating. Well, you know, there's party wall agreements and gaining access to a site. But if there are children that may be put at, well, maybe the children need to be considered basically particularly during the construction. And I don't think there's any condition regarding construction management, or I know it's a small project, but if children should be taken into account, I think the construction, we might consider a condition regarding how the construction will be managed. Really, I don't like the officer's opinion on that. Thanks.
Yep, maybe we'll come back to you on that if need be. Councillor Bennett?
I was just going to say pretty much the same thing, and that I would support such a condition.
Right, Councillor Corrup?
Thank you, Chair. Can the officer just confirm the retractable roof? Are you satisfied it's not going to be too noisy going back and forward? I'm always a bit sceptical about retractable roofs in case they get stuck, but there you go. I think I am slightly concerned about the numbering, because obviously I want to make absolutely certain that it isn't 178A. So I'm happy to delegate that to officers, but I'm assuming, because obviously the church thinks they're at 178. So if we've got two houses with the same address, I think it would be prudent to at least make sure we are giving the permission for the right property. So, I mean, I'm happy to delegate that, but I really would like that to be checked, because we can't have two addresses that are identical, because that would be strange. I noticed 9.40, we talk about noise complaints, and it sort of says, oh, don't worry, environmental health can deal with that later. As I think probably most of us have experienced with ward council, it's a very long process if you have a noise complaint. So there's not a noise management plan in place, is there? You know, a bit like, I think we had one where it was Calverley's Brewery, where this sort of gives us a little bit more speediness in terms of implementing if there are any problems. So I wonder if the officer would consider that. And I know you mentioned there can't be any bike racks because obviously there's no space. I just wondered, have we considered a contribution to some bike racks somewhere else on Mill Road, or is that not considered reasonable? Thank you.
Any more before I go back? Yes, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting looking at the plans for the number of spaces in the proposed rooftop terrace, which I work out as 53. For me, that's quite a significant impact in terms of the what is otherwise quite a quiet rear area compared to the busy frontages of Mill Road. And I do appreciate a lot of effort has been put into mitigate regarding overlooking, but noise is also a significant factor in terms of this application. I appreciate perhaps there haven't been any objectors from current residents, but one thing I'm always mindful at the planning committee is the amenity of future residents, and it's something that we do have to take into account. So the impact on future residents and their amenity is also, I think, quite material to this application. So I still have some significant concerns with this application, and I don't know whether there's any further mitigation in terms of the noise impact in particular that should be considered, and perhaps the planning officer could comment.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, I'll just say a couple of things and then go back to you then, Tom. So, because the temporary opening and closing bit is been mentioned already, to say we've looked at these before. I'm thinking of a more prominent location in the city. This is not so prominent, so just tick that off. In terms of, we talked about sustainability and energy use on these sort of extensions, and clearly it's not going to be such a low carbon structure, is it, as a standard building structure, which is not so good, but you've obviously weighed that up, I guess. And then the other thing is, we've talked before about these sort of structures never actually being opened. They just sit as they are because it's like an extra floor in a building. I don't know if you want to say anything about that, whether that's a factor or not. And then on a couple of other things, in terms of accessibility, you've mentioned a stair lift, I think. That's not going to be suitable for all people to be able to access the first floor. Is that anything you want to comment on? And finally, I suppose it's a building control matter, but the structural integrity of the structure that exists to be able to support that space, I presume that will all be handled by building control. We don't need to talk about it, but please do say if we do. Okay.
I'm going to go in reverse if that's okay, just because they were the freshest, then I'll go back up. Structural integrity, you're right, that's a building control matter, not something that we can consider as part of this application. In terms of accessibility, it was discussed with the applicant about the provision of a lift. Unfortunately, the viability costs associated with that would make it almost impossible for them to put a lift in because it's downstairs within the shop. They'd also be losing quite a considerable amount of shop floor space. So in terms of viability, it isn't the best means of it then coming forward. So a stair lift is essentially one of the only options. And the cafe does have a downstairs area as well. In terms of the Louvre opening or not, that is not something that we would consider as part of the application. Obviously, we unfortunately do live in England, so it's not the driest every day all the time. So, you know, obviously it's weather permitting. So, and in terms of the sustainability, once again, because it is an existing building and they're adding an extension, they're limited in what they can do in terms of making that sustainable. So once again, officers have weighed up those considerations and in this instance considered that in the interest of the scheme, it wouldn't be necessary or reasonable for us to require sustainability improvements for the building. In terms of noise impacts from the number of people that Councillor Todd-Jones mentioned, this has been considered by the Environmental Health Officer and this was part of quite a lot of the resubmission of documents, was they were trying to understand the background noise on the site and how any future customers would use the site and how that would impact, especially on the first floor of Dove House and the other surrounding properties. They considered that, obviously they've had the same information that you're party to now, that they considered that it wasn't a big issue, and that they've considered that and that there was no harm in that instance. Just in response to that, you did mention about an impact on future residents through you, Chair. Maybe get an answer back from Councillor Todd-Jones on this, but I'm not sure what you mean in that instance, because we've considered the impact on all residents, whether that's now or in the future. Obviously, we're not sure about any other development coming forward, so maybe you can clarify that. In terms of Councillor Poorer, regarding how the Louvre works, that's not detail that we'd normally expect for them to provide us with. So that's not something that we normally ask for as part of the application. The other comment regarding the numbering, and as sort of mentioned in the officer's report, I appreciate that the objector has indicated that the addresses are different. From the information that we've been provided with and we have access to, the addresses are 178 to 182. We've not been provided with any evidence to indicate otherwise. So it's difficult for us as officers. We can't essentially canvass and go out and say that whether the address is correct if the applicant's provided us with that detail and that detail is available to us. All we can go is based on the information we're provided with. In terms of the bike rack contribution for a scheme of this scale, that wouldn't be reasonable for us to request that. And in terms of a noise mitigation plan, once again, the Environmental Health Officer hasn't requested that as part of it. But if members wanted some security in that, they could obviously, if they wanted to, then they could ask for that to be conditioned. The same goes for the construction management plan that Councillor Thornburn-Bennett mentioned. If the members do have concerns and would like some additional information to be submitted, ensuring that there isn't going to be any harm in that instance, then a construction management plan could be put forward. Once again, that hasn't been put forward as a condition. The only condition is just that the works will be carried out between 8 and 6, Monday to Friday, and then 8 and 1, Saturdays, Sundays and bank holidays. So that's something for members if they wanted to add that as a condition. Then I don't see that being a problem. And regards to the impacts on children, obviously there's no detail provided to us about the construction works that could be put forward. The development in itself, especially the Louvre, which is going to be the most construction heavy part of it, is the furthest part away from where the children would be. Obviously, I have no information and the council have no information as to the uses of that area, because obviously it falls outside the application site. But just in response to those concerns, the development is sort of as far away from that as possible, apart from the extractor fan. But as sort of indicated, the environmental health officer has considered the uses surrounding the site and made requests and changes to make sure that the proposed flue doesn't cause any undue impacts in that sense in regards to noise and odour. I think that was everything, Chair.
I think there was a question about cycle parking from somebody. I thought I heard that, like whether there's anything close by potentially.
Sorry, I thought I covered that. Councillor Poor asked if we could have a contribution towards bike rack, and I don't think that would be reasonable as part of this application.
Thanks. Okay. Councillor Thornborough.
So the adjacent to the Harvest is the pizza company, and it's the flue of the pizza company which is being moved from one side of the pizza company property to the other side, I understand. And if the church, so it's being moved right next to the boundary of the church where they've got this open space. So how can we be sure that any smells from this flue, they can be quite powerful from restaurants, won't be overpowering if the windows are open on the church? Is that not a reasonable thing? Is it reasonable to ask about that if it's moved right next to? I don't understand why they're moving it, because anyway, but they are moving it right next to the church where they have openable windows.
Yeah, do you want to answer that straight away then, Tom? We'll do that one.
Yeah, so although I appreciate they are moving the flue, I don't have enough detail to myself to know whether it's the pizza place as well as Harvest that are using the flue. From when looking through the environmental health officer's comments, it seems like whether the pizza place has their own flue or it's located differently, but I couldn't comment on that. But regarding the flue that is being proposed, the environmental health officer has looked at that in detail and considered all aspects of it. So whether that's the noise associated with any extractor fan or the odours associated with any cooking smells, they've considered that, made recommendations, which then the applicant has then made amendments to in the scheme, which I've indicated relates to quite a few technical things that, if I'm being honest with you, I couldn't really answer. But I know that the main point is that the flue, instead of it being horizontal, is now vertical, so it does direct away, whereas any flue at the moment is horizontal. So it has been considered. The environmental health officer doesn't have concerns in regards to the impact on that. As officers, we have to go off their professional opinion. And obviously I've considered and looked at their response as well. And I'm happy with the conclusions that they've made. So, yeah.
Okay, Councillor, do you want to come back?
Is the environmental officer available to take questions then?
Don't believe so, Tom.
No, unfortunately not, no.
So, Councillor Pora.
Thank you. I would support a noise management plan if the officer's willing to accept it, with reference to the roof opening and closing. Partly because obviously I'm sure the current owners obviously are good community-minded people. You know, we don't know who's going to buy this place in the future, and I think that would offer some security to residents. But I would like it to explicitly reference the opening and closing, just so if it gets to a point when the mechanism is dreadful and makes a terrible noise, we've got some mechanism to address it without going through the whole noise complaint, which drags on for ages. And I did just look it up on the Royal Mail, and they both are 178. You're right, the pizza place and the one next to it. So I'm guessing as long as our plans are clear, we're okay with it being 178 because the red line does clearly show it doesn't include the chapel, doesn't it? Thank you.
Okay, Tom, what do you think about that then? Noise management plan?
Yeah, if members wanted that level of detail within a noise management plan, I don't have any concern with that personally.
We do, yeah. Councillor Bennett?
Very happy to support that.
Right, are we done? No, Councillor Thornborough.
Is there such a thing as a smell management plan? I don't know.
I don't know, there might be. Tom?
Not that I've been made aware of. Yeah, that's all I can answer, unfortunately. Maybe I'd defer that to Toby.
Yeah, Toby?
Chair, so condition 5 says the plant and equipment as approved shall be installed and operated in accordance with the odour risk assessment, odour control measures and maintenance schedule. So that effectively covers odour control.
Yeah, Councillor Thornborough?
I would really like to have a construction management plan because of the how restricted the site is and how heavily used the church and that space might be.
I think that might be sensible. Tom, what do you think?
If that's what the members like to do, I don't have any concern with that.
Let's do that. So, Councillor Todd Jones?
I fully support the suggestions of a noise management plan and perhaps an odour management plan if that can be considered. I mean, it's not just the flue, which is of course on the church and the Dove House side of the application, but you've got, I think it's 6 air conditioning units that are around the outside of the rooftop terrace. So all those things need to be considered in terms of the noise and the residential amenity.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Just to be clear, do we need to consider things that are already in place, Tom?
It would be unreasonable for us to require that to be a consideration, given that they're already existing.
So, is that okay, Councillor Todd Jones, that we will be considering the new installations? Yeah, he's nodding. That's good. Okay. So I think we're coming to a conclusion on this. Looks like good. So we've had a robust objection from the next door neighbour. A couple of ward councillors are in support of it. And remember, ward councillors, useful people. You know, the people who actually live in the ward. And the representations have been mixed between support and objection. And we've had a good debate as well. So it's up to you, councillors. We go to the vote then. So we get a recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. That's on page 140. It is approved, subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers. It includes the addition of a construction management plan condition and a noise management plan condition, the latter of which would specifically reference the opening and closing of the roof canopy.
Thanks, Toby. So recommendation is approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? So that's unanimous. The item is approved. Thank you very much. Thanks to the speakers.
Sorry, Chair, I abstained.
Sorry.
I'm an abstention.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't see you much. So, yeah. So abstentions. 1.
Sorry, Chair. 7 in favour, none against, and 1 abstention.
Yep. Thank you for pointing that out. Sorry about that. Right. So is everyone okay to do the next item? Because I know one of the speakers needs to. That's time limited, I think. Yeah. One more item, then we'll have a break after that. Right. So next item is item 7, 18 Gwyder Street, and Dominic's presenting that. Item 7. And we've got speakers, Catherine Objector, Bruce Agent, and Councillor Robertson. So you get plugged in and get ready, Dominic, and we'll get going. Are you ready, Dominic? Yeah, okay. Present the item then, please.
hopefully you can all see my screen now. Yes, so this application is at number 18 Gwyder Street and is proposing the change of the use of the property to a 9-person, 9-bedroom, large HMO, plus other associated works, including additional windows. And this is the location plan for the application. So you can see the property here on the corner of Edward Street to the north and Upper Gwyder Street to the east. The building adjoins number 20 Upper Gwyder Street to the south here, as well as number 18 Edward Street here. This is an aerial view of the application site. So as you might be able to see, the existing building occupies the entirety of the site, so there's no external space within the site currently. The building is also significantly larger than most of the surrounding residential properties, owing to its previous industrial use. The most recent lawful use of the building, however, was for a single residential dwelling. I'll now just run through the elevations of the building, which are mostly unchanged from the existing. One exception to this is the front eastern elevation, where the application is seeking the addition of these 3 first-floor windows. The remainder of this elevation is entirely unchanged from the existing, including the pedestrian entrance through this door here, as well as these larger double garage doors here. This is the proposed northern elevation that fronts onto Edward Street, so this is entirely unchanged as part of this application. You may also note the 3 first-floor windows within this elevation, which are almost identical in design and appearance to those proposed within the previous eastern elevation. Here we have the western elevation, which is essentially the rear of the building, which adjoins number 18 Edward Street. The outline of the neighbouring property is this dashed line here. The upper course of the brickwork and the roof, which extend beyond this, are unchanged as part of the application. And the same applies to this, which is the southern elevation. Number 20 Upper Gwyder Street runs to this line here, and any elevation above this is unchanged. Here we have the proposed ground floor plan. So to start with, the proposed cycle parking is located internally within this space here to the top left corner. So there's a total of 10 cycle parking spaces, 1 for each of the units, with 1 additional visitor space. These cycle parking spaces will be accessed through the larger double garage doors, which I spoke about previously, along with the bin stores located here. It's acknowledged that this internal cycle parking is not normally a suitable arrangement. However, in this case, where the existing use of the dwelling, or where the existing use of the building is for a single dwelling with no cycle parking, and there's no suitable external space for this provision, it's considered that this arrangement is appropriate. Also at ground floor level is this larger 38 square metre communal dining area, as well as 3 of the 9 individual units. At first floor level, we've got another 4 of the 9 units, each with their own ensuite bathroom. Just to note that whilst they share double beds, every single one of the 9 units is a single bed space unit. And then at second floor, the final 2 of the 9 units, both of these located within the pitched roof of the dwelling, so it's acknowledged their head height is somewhat compromised by this. I'll come on to this more in the next slide. But the 2 floor areas shown here, so 14.7 metres squared for bedroom 9 and 10 metres squared for bedroom 8, takes into account the National Space Standards requirement that only area with a greater than 1.5 metre head height can count towards space standards. So both of these units meet National Space Standards along with all of the other 7 additional units. This is just a section of the building. This is what I was speaking about at second floor level here, so you can see how the head height is compromised by the pitched roof on either side. There's approximately 2.6 metres in width, which has at least 1.5 metres head height at this level. And then just some of the existing elevations of the building. So this is the eastern elevation that faces onto Upper Gwyder Street. So you can see the relatively blank first floor level here where the 3 windows are proposed, as well as the pedestrian door here and the larger double garage doors here. This is the northern elevation that fronts onto Edward Street. These are the 3 windows which the eastern elevation is proposed to have as an identical design to these. With regards to comments on the application, none of the consultees that have commented have raised any objections subject to conditions. There have been multiple third-party objections received, raising a number of concerns. The primary areas of concerns that have been raised have been regarding the potential use of the building by more than 9 people in total, so more than 1 per unit, the overconcentration of HMOs in the surrounding area, as well as potential parking stress from the proposed development on the surrounding area. So just to note, the conditions recommended with regards to the total number of people to occupy the unit, so limiting that to no more than 9 at any one time. The area is also located within a controlled parking zone, meaning that any residents will need to apply for parking permit if they want to park on the surrounding streets. The impact on parking stress is therefore not considered to be significant. It's also not considered that there's a massive overconcentration of HMOs within the surrounding area. Overall, therefore, given the contribution towards the supply of residential accommodation within the city, the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions set out in my report. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Dominic. Speakers, Catherine, you're first. I'll come to that spot for the back there, please, public speaker spot. And you've got 3 minutes to speak. When you're ready, if you press the button on the right-hand side of the thing in front of you, it should light up red, and then you're all good. Okay, when you're ready, Catherine.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the chance to speak. Upper Gwydir and Edward Street are both quite short and form a natural community, one with many families with children who walk to local schools. To me, it is a community of people who have actively chosen to live more modestly so that they can cycle to work or walk to shops. Our houses are small. They each have roughly 90 square meters of living space. Our pavements and streets are also tiny. Edward Street has only 23 houses. One of these is an HMO with 7 residents. Upper Gwydir has only 13 houses. One of these is already an HMO. It has 8 residents. Adding a third HMO to a community of only 35 houses is an undue burden. Policy 48 says HMOs must not create an overconcentration of such use or cause harm to residential amenity. Without clear and credible mechanisms for monitoring and enforcement, it is inevitable that the 6 double rooms in the proposed plans will house 2 residents each, not 1. This will mean 15 residents in the new HMO, not 9. Combined with the 15 HMO residents already here, we could easily end up with 30 HMO residents in this tiny area. This will irretrievably change the character of this area from a supportive, integrated, and sustainable community to one that is student-dominated and transient. Given our experiences with the tenants and the management of 8 Upper Gwydir Street, our worries are not unfounded. The HMO residents' refuse and recycling bins often spill into the street. Residents and their visitors gather outside, talking and shouting under our windows late into the night. Excuse me. Music and loud video chats pour out of the windows. Young people absolutely should be able to stay up late and party and carouse. In a tightly packed area, however, these activities are not compatible with getting infants to sleep, keeping older children in bed, and enabling parents to work. We are encouraged to see the proposed conditions, but where are the specifics? What enforcement measures would prevent HMO residents from turning our streets into their communal space? Without effective mechanisms for inspection and enforcement, the proposed conditions are worthless. We all want good housing in Cambridge, but not at the expense of existing communities that we have all worked hard to create and maintain for our families. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. So you want to turn your microphone off? Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. So next speaker is Bruce, the agent. So Bruce, you're online. Good afternoon. When you're ready, 3 minutes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for everyone for their presentations on this matter. My name is Bruce of Walsingham Planning, and I'm the agent. I speak in support of this proposal. We welcome the recommendation approval from your officers. All consultees have shown their support, subject to planning conditions, which the applicant is happy to agree to. The applicant also has no objection to the planning conditions outlined by officers being added to the permission. I would like to make the following specific points which I hope will assist you in consideration. The proposal represents sustainable development that will positively contribute to the city's housing supply. The residents of this development will be working professionals who expect top-tier amenities and high-quality interiors. The target base for residents expect high standards of spaces, a quiet environment, and high-quality management. This is what the applicant's property team will deliver. The applicant's property team has a proven track record of delivering and managing high-end HMOs for working professionals in Cambridge. The property will be managed by a multi-award winning team that has earned accolades for excellence in design, professional management and community engagement. The team is experienced in this market and has robust measures in place to manage tenants. The applicant is well versed in providing comprehensive management plans. The applicant is happy to agree to the planning condition outlined by your officers requiring the submission of such a plan for this property. The scheme also addresses practical considerations by utilising existing spaces to their advantage, including providing a dedicated bin and cycle storage area. The proposal includes the provision of 10 cycle spaces. This complies with the minimum standards in policies, providing more than one space per unit. The applicant has committed to the garage doors being inward opening as illustrated on the drawings and as would subsequently be secured by the drafted planning condition. The site is in a highly sustainable location within a short walking distance of local amenities with access to transport links into the city centre and surrounding area. The site is near local public open spaces as highlighted by your officers. The applicant site is a sustainable location for this form of residential accommodation, a location whereby there is an established demand for this type of offering. Overall, the proposal represents sustainable development which complies with the development plan. And we are happy again, I'm pleased to confirm we're happy to comply with the conditions as they are drafted. I hope you have found this information helpful and that you'll be able to support this application. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Okay, so Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. This is my primary concern is the impact on the neighbours, of course, and already having to cope with 2 large HMOs in the area. Now, the absence of outdoor amenity space on this site could easily lead to use of the street for smoking and drinking, and with accompanied noise. The building is the building. It has no garden at all, no outdoor space at all, no amenity. And of course, that impacts on the residents of those who would live there as well. Now, the refuse bins would be just 4 domestic-sized bins would be provided, and these would be, of course, emptied only fortnightly. That's not nearly enough for 9 occupants. But as the neighbour has said, it's not going to be 9. It's going to be 15 in most likelihood. The original application, which was withdrawn last year, was for 10 bedrooms, of which 7 were shown on the plans as double rooms. The application before you today has a change in the plans to remove one of the double rooms and make it into an amenity space on the ground floor. But the 4 double rooms on the first floor and the 2 double rooms on the top floor were marked as double rooms previously and now been marked on the plans as single bedrooms. It's the same double rooms though, and some of them are quite large. They're very, quite substantial bedrooms. So the application is for 6 double bedrooms and 3 singles. That's 9 bedrooms, but a likely occupation of 15. Now, how will 4 domestic bins cope with the refuse of up to 15 people? The bike store has only room for 10 bikes as well, and with a potential 15 living there, they would end up clogging the pavement up outside. The design and access statement provided by the applicant includes the statement that the maximum occupancy of the property would be 9 individuals who will form a single household where hygiene facilities and food preparation facilities are shared with the other members of the household. Now, how can the applicant ensure that occupants would indeed live as a single household, given such a large building? In my representation on this application, I asked for the applicant to explain this, but I think this question has not been put to the applicant, and we need to know what the answer is. The officer's report has suggested a condition that a management plan be produced to include how many management issues will be addressed. I would suggest that it needs to be specific and require explanation of how the management will ensure the number of occupants never exceeds 9. So to summarise, this is a very large building. It's a former harpsichord workshop, out of interest. There will just be 4 domestic-sized refuse bins for 15 people probably living there. The amenities available to them would be inadequate for 9, let alone 15. There's no garden, no outdoor space, no open space nearby in the area. The absence of amenity for them would also mean loss of amenity for the neighbours. And the balance, I urge you, is to turn this down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That's all the speakers. So can we just bottom out the numbers? Policy compliance on numbers, is the application compliant? 9, 15. Can you just give us a bit more information on that before we go forward?
Yeah, so the application, as per the description of development, is for the use of the building for up to 9 occupants and no more, and that's the same as the wording in the condition. There is a requirement for all HMOs, small and large, to have the correct licensing. So I have no reason to believe that that condition wouldn't be enforceable if it was found to be in breach of that, so by use by more than 9 people at any one time.
Okay, well, members, you can have a discussion on that if you want. We've had those discussions before. They don't really go anywhere much in terms of the numbers, like whether there's 1 person in a room or 2 person in a room, but the application is for 9 people, 9-person HMO. And just to say, as a council, we've looked at HMOs before. We've considered whether we should have restrictions on the numbers in certain areas. We don't do that now, I don't think, as far as I understand. HMOs can be a bad thing. They could also be a good thing. They provide housing for people. Not everyone can afford to buy a house or rent a whole house. So it's up to you, members. Councillor Thornborough.
So there's no additional accommodation we have a housing crisis, but they're proposing a 9-bedroomed house to a 9-person HMO. So there's no more housing created through this proposal. So the housing crisis doesn't benefit in any way. That's one point. But the other thing is we do have national space standards where there is a double room or a room to accommodate 2 people. It needs to be 11.5 square metres. So there are quite a few rooms which are larger than this, even though they say it's going to be a single person room. It may be that a single person is formally resident there, but it could easily accommodate a lot more people staying there on an ad hoc basis. If these were students, they may have partners that come and stay and come and go. So there may be 9 people resident there, but there may be quite often a lot more people staying there, which goes down to the issue about the amenity space. So if this was a first-time conversion from a non-residential building into a residential building, we would be talking a lot about the amenity space. And within a large building like this, you can open it up to create amenity space. So I think this is very defective in that there is no external amenity space. And it is a quiet road, and the resident who spoke did talk about possibly spilling out onto the road. And in the past, we've been concerned where there's been a lot of people potentially staying in an HMO that might spill into the garden where they all come together, and that would create disturbance in a residential area. So I think the lack of amenity space is, I'm very concerned about that. And I am concerned that there may be only 9 people resident there, but there could be a lot more people staying there, and it could be very disruptive. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I can see a lot of hands up. Just make a note. Got Councillor Dryden and Councillor Bennett. So before I go on, I just want to see if we can bottom out this numbers thing a bit more. So you've raised a few points there, Councillor Thornborough. I'm sure that they've been noted for responses. But just on the numbers, I did ask the question already, but we've got an application for an HMO for 9 people. So if there are more than 9 people, as Councillor Thornborough has suggested, what happens?
My understanding is if it's someone's knowledge that the building is in use by more than 9 persons at any one time through the planning compliance system, i.e. through the condition which limits it to no more than 9, then we take enforcement action on the use of the building to ensure that it's brought back within the limits of the conditions which are set out in the permission.
Yeah, I mean, it was a rhetorical question, but I think Toby is going to add to it, perhaps.
I think it's a subtle point that Councillor Thornborough is making, that the condition is about people residing rather than visiting kind of temporarily. I think that's the point that Councillor Thornborough is making, and that is it'd be difficult to understand how a planning permission could kind of control the nature of that kind of temporary intermittent use. It could control, you could look, you know, if the council were looking to enforce against residences, then there are means by which you can draw down information from the letting agency. You get names of occupiers who are kind of renting, etc., to build the evidence around kind of who's living there, and a site inspection would control that as well. But kind of people temporarily visiting, boyfriends, girlfriends, friends, you know, it's difficult to control that. And I would say that's exactly the same as if it were for a dwelling.
So that's the point I was trying to get to, just so we're all clear where we're starting from on this. I think that's all right. And just to say, in terms of space standards, it more than meets space standards, which is good. But if you want to argue the point that there could be more than one person in a room residing there, which is not what's being applied for today, and would mean that enforcement would get involved, then it wouldn't meet space standards necessarily in all cases. So just to be clear on that. So next up, I've got Councillor Gilderdale.
Thank you. I've got quite a few thoughts and questions, I guess. I think mainly the suggestion that there's already 9 units there, I think, is incorrect. And I think it'd be helpful to just understand how many units are being added. And obviously, part of the discussion around amenity space, the current residents there won't have amenity space currently, apart from the living space that they have that's outlined. I understand that there will be a reduction in amenity space, but having a look at the plans, especially the first floor, each double room does have quite a significant amount of space. And in terms of how many people would be living there, it seems like quite a comfortable arrangement for individual rooms if that was one person per room, as is being put forward in this proposal. I would very strongly like to kind of reject some of the suggestions that have, and ways in which HMOs are being talked about in this committee. I think that while some HMOs are poorly managed and are poorly let, often by letting agencies, I think, you know, a huge amount of residents in the city live in HMOs. I've lived in many HMOs, and the kind of suggestion that people cannot integrate well with the community, I think, is very unfair. While lots of students live in HMOs, lots of young professionals also live in HMOs, and I would really strongly like to reject the suggestion that there is, you know, going to be a huge amount of people spilling onto the street or being very loud and noisy and disruptive. And I think that that may be the case with any sort of housing, and I know that there are issues here that are clearly outlined, I think, because there is no garden space and no kind of private amenity space. I think that that's not necessarily something, you know, that's not something that's there already. It's not like we're building over garden space that's already there. And I think that the language that was used earlier is it's quite disappointing in terms of, you know, creating mixed and balanced communities in the city, which is what we all aim to do here. My final question was just on the bins. I do agree that if there's going to be 9 full-time permanent residents with potential visitors living there, I don't think that 4 normal-sized bins is enough bins for that many people. So I don't know whether there's something that we can add in about that, if possible. Yeah, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Okay, we'll get a few more. So, Councillor Dryden.
Some of the stuff I was going to ask has already been asked, but other than people over 9 now, unless they register themselves at that property, it's going to be virtually impossible to know how many's living in there. And I just find it overcrowding, really. I mean, as a council, we often got our own properties, which we know there's too many people in it. For families that grow out of the side, they haven't got bedrooms where sometimes they've been told to use their living room as a bedroom because it's not big enough for them. So overcrowding in Cambridge is quite a common thing now.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I need to start with the question because the floor plans I've got are different from the ones the officer showed us on the overhead projector. So I don't know what I'm looking at. Are the ones on the projector the correct ones?
Do you want to ask more, do you? Shall I just get that question answered? Okay, can we get that question sorted then first and then go on from there?
Yeah, through you, Chair. I think there should be, what I'm looking at in the plans pack has both the existing and proposed floor plans, and the ones that I showed on the projector were the proposed floor plans, so they are correct as what's proposed.
Okay, carry on then, Councillor.
Thank you. And then my questions and observations flow from that. I think my interpretation of the ground floor plan was that there was an open plan kitchen diner to the living room. Is that correct? And in which case, I have some concerns about the amenity space. If you have 9 households living in there, and every evening they've all got to get through preparation and serving of an evening meal, and also that is going to be the place where people want to sit, converse, chat, maybe even watch television, that doesn't really sound like adequate amenity provision to me. You know, my HMO days are quite a long way behind me, but I can remember how difficult it was to navigate the kitchen even with 4 adults. And I just cannot imagine what it's going to be like with 9. Having said that, it is a refreshing and pleasant change to see an HMO with reasonable room sizes, where it's not all pared down to minimum, and I do commend the applicant for that.
Okay, let's go back to you, Nan and Dominic, for responses to that lot, please.
Thank you. Yeah, just to start, to clarify, the existing lawful use of the building is for a single residential unit, so it could be for a single family or 1 person. So the change of use is from a single unit to a 9-person HMO. And also, of course, to consider that for a single residential dwelling, there's the PD right to convert to a small HMO, so use class C4 up to 6 people without planning permission. That also applies within the external residential amenity point. So the fact that there is no external residential amenity for the single dwelling, it could be changed into use for a small HMO up to 6 people with also no external residential amenity. My view on the potential residential disturbance of the surrounding properties is that would be a civil matter. Normally, the concern is with external private spaces within dwellings and disturbance from that, given that there is no private external space in this case. Any spilling out onto the pavements would be a civil matter in my view. In terms of the refuse arrangements, if members don't consider the current provision to be sufficient, subject to Toby's approval, I think a condition regarding refuse arrangements may be possible. And then in terms of internal amenity, and Councillor Bennett's point, it is acknowledged that the ground floor communal space is a combined kitchen and dining room measuring 38 metres squared in size. 9 occupants is a lot to share this space, but this space combined with the larger than needed private bedrooms is considered to be sufficient in this instance. Thank you.
Toby?
Thanks, Chair. Looking at the plans for the bin store, 4 normal standard 240 litre bins are shown, but there is plenty of space within there for additional bins if need be of that size or bigger bins. I think it could work either way. So I don't personally think a condition is necessary. The space looks sufficiently large to cater for the number of residents living there.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bailant?
Chair, I live in a house with its own ground and parking space and things like that, and good bedrooms, and I'm thankful to Councillor Gilderdale to drawing our attention to the way that maybe some of the comments that have been made were unfortunate. I think that not having any outside spaces is a difficulty, but also if there was an outside space within the curtilage, there would be complaints about people would gather in that outside space and hold barbecues and make a noise anyway. So I don't really think that's relevant. It's about the people that live in it, and you can have bad neighbours if you've got a mansion, as well as if it's an HMO. My thoughts are, where are the bins going to be kept? I don't seem to see a bin store. Maybe there is. No, just is that the bin store on the left side? Vented bin store, okay, because there's a lobby in front of it, isn't there? So vented to where? Won't that, well, maybe it won't. My other point is, I don't see any windows on some of the bedrooms. Am I misreading the map again? Roof lights. Roof lights. On the first floor?
First floor.
Let's get the questions answered by the case officer, Councillor Thornborough. Any more questions, Councillor Bajent?
No, that'll do me.
Okay, Councillor Todd Jones.
Just to say, Chair, I think I concur with other members about the concerns regarding the amenity area, described as communal kitchen dining, but it's also a lounge area, isn't it? And the ad hoc use potentially that has been referenced, I think that's a real concern. That we've been here before, haven't we, with HMO applications where single bedroom, but they have double beds in them. And I think it's really a real problem. I mean, potentially you might have 15 people staying in this house, and I appreciate that the management plan means that there should be only 9, but actually enforcing and ensuring that that's adhered to is really difficult. So, and I just do think that the kitchen facility in particular is just inadequate for the number of residents here.
Councillor Flaubert.
Thank you, Chair. I think that we are stepping into an area that is not our job to do. How people decide if they want to sleep in a single bed or in a double bed, that is a personal choice, and we are stepping out of what our job is, I believe. And also there is something that is human rights. I mean, we are interfering into a privacy by saying how people should sleep or live or visiting. So we have to make a difference between what is a resident and what is somebody who is visiting. So we have to take that into consideration. Also, people who live in a room, they have to have visitors. I mean, that is their right. So please let's just move on from this discussion, because it's actually harmful. Some people, they don't have a choice where to live, and I'm sure they will decide to live somewhere else if they could. So I think it's just out of the question. So my other questions are being answered. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. You make a good point. Yeah, thanks. No, Councillor Gilder was next, I think, yeah.
Thank you. I've just been, on the plans, I'm confident, I feel personally confident that the bedroom spaces give quite a lot of space and are quite comfortable for people, especially as they each seem to have, quite a lot of them seem to have en suites. My concern actually is the kitchen and dining room, and having looked at the City Council's shared kitchen facilities, HMO, private rented sector standards, what is expected for 6 to 10 residents is 2 complete sets of a 4-ring gas or electric hob, plus 2 sinks, and on the plans I can see 1 sink and 1 electric gas hob, and I'm nervous that adding an additional one will mean that you'll lose the minimum amount of worktop space that is needed. I know that for up to 8 tenants you can have a set of a sink and a hob and a microwave, but actually as this is 9, that means that they'll have to have 2 units, it's 2 of each basically. My other question is, and I've not seen this in the papers before, but I've just noticed it now, is that kitchens should be provided no more than 1 floor away from any occupied rooms. So if this is on the ground floor and there is 2 floors of occupied rooms, does that mean that people on the 2nd floor are 2 floors away from the kitchen? So I wondered, I'm surprised, I know that when we talked about an HMO previously, Environmental Health said that this would have to come back when the HMO licensing comes into force, because obviously we would need to license the HMO. And in this case, Environmental Health haven't raised any objections. So I don't know whether maybe I'm misreading it, or maybe they've not noticed that this doesn't seem to meet our standards, and whether there's any way that, I think before we put a condition on or we put an informative on, that it needed to be able to meet our licensing standards in order for it to be an actual licensable HMO to physically work, and whether that's something that we can do this time around. Thanks.
Yeah, good points. Okay, we'll get that covered off in a minute. So one more, Councillor Pora.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Gilderdale, because I don't think, I'm struggling to see how this would be approved for licensing, because I also think the regs that Councillor Gilderdale just read out probably assume there's a garden space as well. And I agree with Councillor Flaubert. I mean, whether people stay the night a few times or come around for dinner is irrelevant, because for me it's, if there are 9 full-time residents, is the kitchen, diner, stroke lounge enough? And I'm concerned that it's not, because I just think, you know, even if 9 of you are making your separate dinners, which people do, there's nowhere to sit in peace, you know, because it's all one room. And that's compounded by the fact there's not a garden. Though I do agree, I think if there's a garden, probably the residents would be worried about noise from that as well. So I think, you know, that's irrelevant. And as Councillor Gilderdale says, HMO tenants, I mean, from what the agent said, this is meant to be a high quality one. You know, they're expecting people hopefully to live there for quite a long time and be part of the community. I think that can be a very positive thing for a mixed community. But at the moment, for me, it's the fact that there's no outdoor space and basically one room, so kitchen, diner, lounge, all together, especially given that it might not even comply with environmental health, makes me worry. I mean, I could see it be, I take the point that some of the bedrooms are bigger, but not all of them. And also, could the officer just confirm that there are openable windows, whether that's roof lights or not, in every room? I thought there were, but I'm happy to check that. And I also just wanted to check on the plans for the windows. Are they keeping the nice grid panes and then the sashes will sit behind? I just want to check that with the officer as well. I think that's what was implied from the drawings, but obviously it would be nice to keep the consistency in the original smaller panes. Because it looked from the drawings that some of them might be replaced with sashes, but I think they were meant to sit behind them. But if the officer could confirm, that would be great.
Okay, so some detailed questions there, Dominic, and a bit of other stuff, if you can respond. And then other than that, just to say, I think the amenity spaces is a bit of a concern. Generally, there's no balconies or anything like that. Although, that said, there is, you know, like, there's the graveyard close by and St Matthew's Piece, so there is a bit of open space, but it's not quite the same thing. So do I respond, Dominic?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll just share my screen. So starting with the sort of internal an external amenity space point, I understand members' concerns regarding the size and quality of the combined kitchen dining space. I think, importantly, the licensing standards sit outside of planning, so it's an entirely separate matter to the planning decision-making process. In my view, I think, an officer's view, there was space within this to provide the necessary kitchen and dining facilities, as I said, in combination with the bedrooms, albeit that some of them, as pointed out, aren't as big as others. On Councillor Bajent's point, who raised a question regarding the bedrooms and windows, at first floor, bedroom 7, because of the adjoining property, so number 18 Edward Street and number 20 Upper Gwyder Street, this bedroom here doesn't have any windows within the walls itself. It does, however, have 2 roof lights here within the pitch of the roof. So there are these windows here that shine down into the room, and this is just a photo taken from inside the room showing the height of the roof lights. And on Councillor Pora's point, all of the rooms do have openable windows or roof lights in this case. And then also on Councillor Pora's final point, there's a condition recommended for details of the windows, as requested by the Conservation Officer, because they wanted them to be as close as possible, matching the existing on the northern elevation. Thank you.
Yeah, Toby?
I think just going back to the kind of internal layout of that kitchen dining room, the actual kind of precise fit out of that kitchen dining room where the gas units and the sinks go is a detailed matter not for planning. That would come through licensing, and that's been recognised in Environmental Health's response. That they say that they assume that the layout that has been provided is for illustrative purposes. I mean, there is 38 square metres there of space available, which is broadly the minimum space standards for a single dwelling itself. It can be configured in a number of different ways. As far as I see it, if the applicants wanted, they could even kind of partly kind of partition that space if noise were an issue in terms of its operation. But I think when officers were looking at this, we thought actually the quality of that space was pretty generous overall, and I'd encourage members not to get hung up on whether you're seeing kind of 4 or 8 gas rings on an illustrative layout. There looks to be, sufficient space there for 9 people to operate sufficiently. That's the officer position, and the environmental health position is one of no objection.
Right, I'd like to go to the recommendations soon on this, but final questions, Councillor Thornborough.
I just want to say, in our space standards for under licensing, the 2-person unit, bedroom for 2 people, is a minimum of 10.2 square metres. So under licensing, these the larger rooms could occupy two people, and therefore that could put extra pressure on the amenity space.
I think we're sitting in planning today, and we're making a recommendation based on an application for 9 people in an HMO. So that's what we're looking at today. Am I right there, Dominic? Yeah, Dominic's nodding. So do you want to come back on that, Councillor Thornborough?
Yes, this is not an application for a licensed premises, because we're not the licensing authority. This is a planning application for an HMO, and the spaces for the bedrooms can accommodate 2 people under our licensing requirements. So
I don't understand what you're trying to get at.
We might say this is a house in multiple occupancy, and under the applicants could go to the licensing committee and rightly apply for 2 people occupying the larger bedrooms because they've got an HMO. This is a building for an HMO. They could rightly apply for 2 people into those larger bedrooms because they are within the space standards, but the amenity space is not adequate for for the larger number of people, and will be detrimental to the people living there. And it's not just, it's, you know, there's only indicates a table for 8 people, and it indicates seating in the sitting area for 6 people. And even if they are just the 9 people, you know, they're going to have guests, and they're going to, you know, if they want to live well in a place, the spaces need to have some, it needs to be able to thrive in those spaces. So we're not going to say, oh, you can only have 9 people cooking in that space or staying, because there'll be more. And is it adequate? Is the amenity space adequate to thrive?
Do you want to respond to that, Dominic?
Yeah, I think my view is that the licensing process doesn't supersede the planning permission process. So if we grant planning permission in this instance for the HMO for 9 people with the condition which we feel is enforceable and can control that to no more than 9 permanent residents, then if licensing came in and they applied for the use of some of the bedrooms for 2 people, that wouldn't supersede this planning application. So the conditions which we feel are enforceable still apply and can be enforced on.
Everyone's got their microphone on. Does that answer your question, Councillor Thornborough?
Well, I respect the answer the case the officer provides, but I do really think that the building is not suitable for this number of occupants as a HMO.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Goodall.
I think while there's clearly concern that it's not going to be big enough for more than 9 people, we are faced with the decision today that shows that what is put in front of us is a suitable offer for 9 people plus amenity space. So I don't see how, personally, I can reject this, even though people may well have guests and visitors in the same way that you might have guests and visitors in your own house. And I feel confident in the case officers, putting forward of the condition, which means that even if it was licensable for the larger rooms, either the amenity space or the condition would stop it from being able to be let to more than 9 people officially.
Right, people are putting their thoughts on the table. I'll say that I think it's acceptable. I think if I was looking for an HMO accommodation, I would be happy to rent this place, assuming the price, you know. It's got decent sized bedrooms and it's a good location and it's got some amenity space. Not everywhere has amenity space. Some places, if you just got a bedroom, that's it. Obviously you pay more for that, but you know, they've got a living room and a kitchen, and it's seemingly policy compliant pretty much from what we've heard from officers, although what the pictures show maybe isn't quite, but that's not the thing, is it, the pictures? So maybe they need to be rejigged a bit in the kitchen. Anyone else got any more final thoughts? No? Okay, recommendation, please, Toby.
Recommendations on page 156. That is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers.
All right, thanks, Toby. So recommendation approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? 5 against.
5 in favour, 3 against.
Abstentions?
1.
Okay, so the item is approved. Thanks very much. Let's take a break now then, shall we? So it's 2:50, so maybe come back at 3 o'clock. Is that long enough? Yeah? Have a bit of a walk. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, we're offline now. Okay, welcome back after a short break. Last couple of items of planning committee. Councillors Florbear and Bajan have now left as they needed to go. So we've still got 7 of us. There's plenty enough to make decisions. So the next item is item 8, 48 Cavendish Avenue. I've got Dominic here in the room to present the item, and there are no public speakers on this item. So Dominic, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so this application is at number 48 Cavendish Avenue. It's a Section 73 application seeking to amend the approved plans of a previous application for a replacement dwelling, specifically for the addition of a side-facing dormer window and the rendering of a rear-facing dormer. Just to run through the site history, initially in 2022, a planning application was submitted for extensions to the existing property. Following this approval, a full application was submitted and approved in 2023 for the demolition and replacement of this dwelling to a design was almost identical to that approved under the previous householder application. And then last year, the Planning Committee approved a previous Section 73 application on the site for amendments to this design of the replacement dwelling. This is then a further Section 73 application for further amendments to the design of the replacement dwelling. And then just importantly to note that as a Section 73 application, the principle of the replacement dwelling has been established on the site, and this application can only be considered in terms of the amendments proposed. This is the location plan of the site. So the existing dwelling here is the westernmost of a pair of semi-detached dwellings on Cavendish Avenue, a relatively uniform linear form of development on both sides of Cavendish Avenue. This is an aerial view of the site. So on the left-hand side, you can see there's a number of relatively large mature trees within and surrounding the application site. Of these trees within the site, 2 are protected by TPOs, so 1 to the front here and 1 to the rear here. And now I'll run through the elevations and floor plans comparing the currently proposed on the right-hand side to the most recently approved on the left-hand side, so you can see the changes. So in terms of the front elevation of the dwelling, the proposed on the right-hand side, you can see the proposed side-facing dormer here projecting out beyond the pitched roof. With the rear elevation here, again, you can see the proposed side-facing dormer here, and this is the previously approved rear dormer, going from zinc cladding as previously approved to render to match the first floor here. And then this is the western side elevation, so you can see the size of the proposed side-facing dormer is relatively small in comparison to the size of the roof slope it's located on. In terms of the relevant floor plans, this is the second floor plan, so within the roof of the building, and on the right-hand side you can see the additional floor area provided by the dormer window to the side here. And then the roof plans, so again, the dormer window here within the roof slope, and then this is the outline, this rectangle of the previously approved rear-facing dormer. And just for an illustrative point, this is the original dwelling within the site, so this is as you look at the site from Cavendish Avenue. Whilst the replacement dwelling was slightly further across, you'll be able to appreciate that the proposed side-facing dormer will be visible with glimpsed views from Cavendish Avenue. And therefore, given the proposed amendments are considered to be in keeping with the character and appearance of the surrounding area, officer recommendation is for approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Dominic. Members, a bit like spot the difference, wasn't it, on those elevations? Councillor Thornborough.
So just in the, I think the small side dormer is okay, but it seems to me that previously there was a sloping roof to the rear with panels, and now instead of a sloping roof to the rear over bedroom 4, it's a flat roof extension with render right up to the flat roof. So the flat roof is now at the same height as the ridge going towards the back. I think that's the biggest change, isn't it? But a section through the house would have been helpful to understand it. So in the proposed rear elevation, you've got the render going straight up to a flat roof, which then goes back to the ridge. So there's no sloping roof at the back. Is that right?
Are you asking a question or do you want? Yeah, okay, so we'll get that confirmed. Did someone else put a hand up? No? Did you, Robert? No, no, okay. Okay, do I answer that then? Just confirm if Councillor Thornborough's got the right idea there?
Thank you. Yeah, so my understanding was that previously this, so I think what you're talking about, sorry, Councillor Thornborough, is this where it was zinc previously approved was a vertical wall. It's not sloped, it was vertical, but now because they're proposing rendering to match the first floor, they've just joined the render of the dormer to the render of the first floor. This wasn't sloped previously, it was a vertical wall on the dormer previously.
Is that clear, Councillor Thornborough?
Now it's clear, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dryden says it looks better. Councillor Porr.
Yeah, I tend to agree, it looks better as well. Just want to confirm the dormer, would that be permitted development anyway? I'm just wondering why it's come back to committee, or was it presumably because it just was coming through with this as well? And I'm just interested, the window at the front, they seem to have removed the middle divider from the middle window. That don't necessarily object, it just doesn't look quite as nice in my opinion, but I don't know why they've done that. But apart from that, generally, I think I'm comfortable with this. Thank you.
Just for my information, the window at the front, what elevation is that in?
Sorry, the proposed front elevation, they did, the window in the middle is suddenly, doesn't have the matching, yeah. It's not divided in half like the other ones, which just doesn't look quite as nice in my opinion, but I suppose I don't think it's any reason to refuse it.
I see, okay. Any reason, Dominic, or any other answers to questions?
Yeah, I also noted this change to the front window. I'm not sure why it's been done, but I don't, as Councillor Porter suggested, I don't think it's a reason for refusal. Just
is that on the staircase, that one?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that'll be it then. You don't need an opening window, do you? It could have 2 panes though to make it match, but it's not really up to us, is it? I suppose really a bit finicky. More questions or recommendation?
I just said, could it be PD, permitted development?
Say that again, Councillor Porter?
I was just inquiring whether the dormer would be under permitted development anyway, i.e. there's not really any reason to resist it.
Yeah, Dominic?
Potentially, yes. So, but the replacement dwelling has not been occupied or built out yet, but in theory, yeah, a side dormer is possible under PD.
Right, okay then. Recommendation, everyone? Yeah, no one's arguing. Okay, do that then, Toby.
So on page 171, that is to approve subject to the conditions as set out with minor amendments to those delegated to officers as necessary. Thank you.
Recommendation approval. All those in favour of the recommendation?
So that is unanimous.
Yeah, so items approved. Thank you very much. Last item of planning items is item 9-235 Hills Road. Samara's the case officer here, is that right? Yep, online. Hello, hi, good afternoon, Samara. No speakers on this one. So when you're ready, present the item, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bear with me, Chair, as I...
Yeah, we can see it. Go ahead.
Yeah, just bear with me, please, as I get myself ready. Right, thank you, Chair. So the application site is at 235 Hills Road, and the proposal is for the demolition of the existing dwelling and the erection of 2 semi-detached dwellings and the widening of the existing access and associated works. So the site, aged red, which is this here, is located east of Hills Road. So Hills Road is here. Cavendish Avenue is to the north, which is over here, with Hills Avenue towards the south of the site, which is down here. So here are some photographs. So this one is showing the front of the site. This photograph is showing the south of the site to the rear. And this photograph this other photograph was showing the west of the site, and then this one is showing the south of the site. And then this one is showing towards the north of the site. And then this photograph, it shows the site from the rear of Cavendish Avenue. This is the proposed site plan showing the access, the shared access, which is here, with car parking spaces for each dwelling to the side, which is here and here. Cycle stores for each dwellings are to the front, which is one here and one there. And with regards to bin stores for plot 1 is to the rear with a side access. And then for plot 2, the bin stores are to the side here. So objections were raised regarding loss of light to the nearest window of number 2B Cavendish Avenue. So this window here. So here is a 45-degree angle measurement, which is this line, the blue dotted line here. As you can see, the development is outside of the measurement, so officers do not consider that residential amenity to this neighbour is impacted. So this is the proposed floor and roof plan. And this slide shows the proposed elevations, section, and cycle store, this is the cycle store plan, and then materials to be used in the development, which is a palette here. This shows the existing and proposed street scene. So this is what it is now, and this is what it would look like after it's built. So this slide is showing the existing trees on site, which have TPO trees. So this one here, T1, I believe is this tree here. And then this one, which is I believe T6, I believe is this tree here. T8 is likely to be this tree here. And the tree G3 is this one here. And this is a map of where the TPOs are located. So this is showing the proposed tree removal plan. The council tree officer was consulted on the application and raised no objection for their removal, subject to a replacement planting scheme, which is condition 7 in the report. Finally, this is a conceptual image of the dwellings. So on balance, the proposed development is acceptable, as it would contribute to the housing supply and have sustainable design and high quality design. Is capable of providing landscaping and biodiversity enhancement, and the amenity of neighbouring properties will not be impacted by the development. In conclusion, officers recommend to approve the application subject to conditions outlined in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, very good report. Thank you, Sire. Councillor Dryden.
Yes, I think I could support this application. It's better. It's keeping more in character with the area.
Thank you for that. Any more? Councillor Porritt.
Thank you. I think for me, it's about as big as it could be. It's a shame there's not a roof slope in the middle. It is slightly bulky for me, but I know the 3 houses next to it are very large as well, so I don't think it's out of keeping. Could the officer just talk? There's 4 TPO trees. I think, am I right in saying 2 of them would be removed? So I think there were 16 tree removals overall. So I don't know if you could just let us know a little bit more about how confident you are that that biodiversity net gain and that sort of tree cover, which is quite important in that area, can be sort of re-established. Thanks.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
Just a very quick one. The side passage to get the bins out and to access the rear garden. I'm just wondering how wide it is.
Okay, and Councillor Thornberry, do you have your, yes?
I was asking about a condition, I found it, so thanks.
Okay, back to you then, Samaya, if we can answer those questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to share my screen. Before I do that, let me first. So I'm just trying to find the trees. So with regards to the trees that would be removed from the site, so 2 of them will be removed and the tree officer considered it to be acceptable. So I'm just going to share my screen to just indicate where they are. So let's go back one. So these are the trees here. So this one is going to be kept, which is this tree here. This is going to be kept, whilst these 2 will be removed. So when you look onto the proposed tree removal, you can see that G3 and this one highlighted in red will be removed. And I'm just gonna stop sharing 1 minute. And with regards to biodiversity, they have provided a plan and the ecologist has reviewed the application and considered it to be acceptable. And in terms of the tree planting, we do have a condition for tree planting, and just to share what they are seeking to do as an example. So this is the biodiversity, and as you can see that they will have enough to meet the requirement. And also with regards to the trees, you can see that they will be replacing some trees, but we do have a condition on there, condition 7, asking for a scheme to be submitted for approval. Just gonna stop sharing. So with regards to the passage, so the width is 1 meter wide, and I believe that that's enough for to access the bins from where they are to the collection point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Everyone got their questions answered? Yeah? Okay. Right, I think we're good for the vote then. Oh, Councillor Bennett.
I'm just a bit concerned about the width, because also getting a wheelchair or a mobility scooter down to the back garden through that would be quite challenging. I grapple daily with a 32-inch wide corridor, and the scars on my mobility scooter bear witness to it. And also, if you're trying to get, you know, your cargo bike or pram bike down to the kitchen at the rear, it's also quite challenging, but I don't think there's anything we can do about it.
Did I miss something? Are you alluding to the fact that the width on the side hasn't been answered yet, or are you? Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. Okay, Samara, do you know the minimum, what size the width is on the access on the side? It'll be the top of the picture, I think. That's the smallest one, isn't it? So that side.
So the width is 1 meter, and with regards to cycle store, the cycle store is located to the front. So essentially, the only use for that access will be for getting the bins from the rear to the front, but all the cycle store is located to the front of the site. Just to confirm that the width is 1 meter on both of the passages.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Bennett, you want to come back?
No, I think it's too narrow, but I don't think there's anything we can do about it.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Borup?
It's probably more one for Toby, but I just, you know, when we're building new, 1 metre 20 as a minimum would be very desirable. Because I understand sometimes when we're converting, we don't have a choice, but these are being built new, and it's a real shame that a 1 metre path was left each side, because it's a massive house. It's 148 metres above space standards, so actually a 20 centimetre cut-in would have made quite a difference for someone who might need to get a wheelchair down there. I appreciate you can access through the house as well, so I don't think it's a reason for refusal, but I just, maybe Toby could take that back to the officer team and to developers, please.
Okay, Toby?
Yeah, I mean, if there was cycle access down the side, then you could insist on the requirement of 1.2, but we don't have any other standard otherwise. It might be worth us putting an informative on the permission. The unit on the southern side does have a bit more space to potentially get to that 1.2. It's been designed as a 1 metre wide access width, but you could probably eke out a bit more space there on that width, so we could put an informative on the permission. It's not as easy on the other side, unfortunately, but happy to do that.
Do that then. Yep, Councillor Thornborough.
That's what I was going to suggest, particularly as some of the greenery was taken out on the southern side, that there's a bit more flexibility. I think that's a good suggestion that Toby's made.
Yep, agree. Okay, right. Recommendation then, please, Toby.
Chair, so the recommendation is on page 190, and that is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out, with an additional informative in relation to seeking to gain extra width for the southern side access to plot 2.
Okay, thanks, Toby. Recommendation approval. Those in favour of that recommendation?
It's actually unanimous in
Yep.
favour, Chair.
Okay, so item approved, thank you. That's all the planning items. Item 10 is appeals information. Do you want to say anything on that first, Toby? Thanks, Maya.
The only thing of note, Chair, is on page 201, the bottom row indicates that the appeal has been received by Beehive, which members will be cognizant of already. My understanding is that the inspectorate have set a start date for the appeal hearings from the 24th of June for 12 sitting days. The number of sitting days may well reduce following a case management conference, but that is the timetable at the moment that has been set, and that is a relatively fast, or a very fast timetable since committee looked at this application last month.
Thanks, Toby. So any questions on that or anything else on the appeals? No? Okay, in that case, we're all done. Thank you very much, everyone. Safe journey home. And that's the end of Planning Committee. Okay, we're offline.